the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
I'm muted. Sorry. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Welcome back to Criminality. We are currently covering the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her second trial. We are on day 7, and I have Sleuthie Goosie here with me. Morning.
Good morning. I have news.
Ooh.
I mean, I don't know how newsy it is, but according to reporter notes, so they had gone into recess.
Yeah, like an hour ago.
Yeah, and it was very kind of quickly into Jennifer McCabe's cross. And so at 11:04, which was about 30 minutes ago almost, says this is reporter notes, still in recess, court clerk has told reporters to leave. They say the judge wants to talk to the lawyers and immediate family only. The courtroom door closes. And then at 11:06, it says Paul Aaron and Peggy O'Keefe step off the elevator and into the courtroom. The door closes again. And then at 11:12, it says a court officer is telling everyone on the second floor they need to go to the first floor except attorneys waiting to enter an adjacent courtroom. Reed's parents exit the courtroom. Now, I don't know if all of this, somebody said that, Aiden has a court date today and that they could be doing, it seems a little dramatic for like him to not run into the O'Keefes and stuff, but this sounds like things I've heard in the past when like there's a deal, but there's no reason for that. So I don't think that's what it is. Like there's no, unless the DA was like, listen, we're just gonna, if she pleads guilty to drunk driving, we all go home right now.
Well, that makes no sense. They're in the middle of cross of Jen McCabe. There's a sidebar, and then she takes a break.
Well, right before the sidebar / break, I hate to be like saying this, but obviously you know. So like right before that, though, there was a question about, so I guess last night or yesterday, the court requested that they have some type of Zoom meeting with Jen McCabe. I don't know the details of it, but that's when she was like, he was like, don't talk about that. And then she was like, we're going to talk about it sidebar. I don't know, because she wouldn't have any place in like a deal. You know what I mean? So that would have nothing to do with this.
All right. So we're going to do a little weird skippity and see what's going on here.
I can't hear it. We can't hear it.
No.
Okay.
No, there was no
family
sound.
Is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. waterfall. We've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed. I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert. Is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right? Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department. There's also some connections there as well.
So,
And
Tate,
Albert's the most obvious of them.
Yeah.
everybody's back in court and
Nothing happened.
Jen, I think, is back on the stand. Hold on. Bev's walking around. The jury is coming in, I guess. Yeah, they're walking. Oh, okay. So you know what I think it is? I think
What?
they brought him in there. Remember yesterday we were talking about Paul and all his faces and shit? Or maybe it was the day before yesterday.
Uh-huh.
I have a feeling something was said because they come back in and Paul's not directly like where he was. He's like now somewhat behind her next to his mother. So I wonder if someone said something about his faces to the jury, his faces on camera, his faces to Karen. I wonder if she made the move.
Right in the middle of Jen's cross?
Yeah, I couldn't figure out why.
He's asking about all the connections to the cops, so I'm wondering if Paul was like rolling his eyes or
Could have been.
doing Paul things, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Because I was wondering like why they wouldn't put Karen's family. Like if it was something serious or important, they would put Karen's family in there with them, but Karen's family wasn't invited. And I think that's because they were
Yeah,
probably talking to Paul.
Paul's being a douche nozzle, like always.
Am I less loud for everybody than I was yesterday? Because I did realize that it was super, super loud.
Were you?
Yeah, we couldn't tell, but when I went back and listened, and of course I was yelling too, so that didn't help.
Okay. All right. So we don't need to worry about that. We'll go back to the beginning then. And it was probably just Paul being Paul.
Paul doing Paul things.
Doing Paul things.
Okay.
Paul is John O'Keefe's brother. I'll point him out to you when they show him. If you probably will recognize him once I point him out. He's the one who's sitting essentially in front of the camera when the camera looks at the defense table.
Streamline the evidence that we presented to you today. So I appreciate
All right. We'll go back to the
I
beginning.
do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Yeah, he's the bald dude. Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see?
Well, at least we got to skip the 50-minute break.
Yeah, for sure.
So this afternoon, I'm not really sure what's going to transpire. I have to pick up one of the kids, and one of the kids has an ortho appointment. So I'm trying to figure out with my husband what his plan is.
Oh my.
I know. If anything, I'll just be on my phone.
Mr. Kidd, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Well, whoever they would put there would still be able to hear the sidebars. So, but he could hear the sidebars. I don't know. She's never done anything to change him looking at the camera and making faces or making faces at her. So I think it's also interesting that she just randomly did that right now, unless he said something that was audible to the defense table, which wouldn't be the first time. Wasn't it Aaron last year that said something to Karen, or was it Paul?
Paul, something about it not being over or whatever. And then he went and did that interview.
That was after verdict. I'm talking about during. Didn't one of them say something to her? No, wasn't it to her? Or am I misremembering?
I don't remember that. I just remember the end.
Yeah, not done with you yet or whatever. Yeah, that was I remember
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Not done with you yet. Creeper.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
She just dressed up.
Notice how different she looks. Like she looks like they told her cross is going to be today. Wear a baggy plain shirt so you look old and small and frail, weak, not intimidating, so that when essentially Alan Jackson comes in, she looks like if he gets any type of attitude with her, she looks different than she did yesterday.
Oh, she just looks like a homely little mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, she's got her hair did. She's got her tan. She's got
Way
her
less makeup. Way
got
less.
Too fixed. I mean, she definitely prepped to be on camera for this trial. I'm gonna go with like Ross, Luke.
Ross.
Yeah, where did she shopped?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
That's right.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Find Exhibit 6. On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a ring camera right here? Looks.
Is that what
Surveillance.
What?
Yes.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
It's a security camera and surveillance. It's like surveilling everybody.
He's just such a dramatic asshole.
I don't even know if he knows that he is. Like, he just says stuff that's so wrong. And then when he's told it's wrong, he still continues to state it, like healthcare data.
It is
Inevitably.
John O'Keefe's.
Inevitably.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you it's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, no.
You mentioned earlier in the night you spoke to John O'Keefe
None yet.
when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained is to
It-
form.
They were obviously trash directions because he had to use Waze anyway.
What
Right.
did you tell John as far as
they
directions
still
to
got left.
Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us
Hey,
back.
Maybe my memory is faulty here, but doesn't Bella live? I should bring up the map. But doesn't Bella live south of 34 Fairview?
Yeah, they didn't even come from that direction.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And they
They
drove
did in the morning, I
from
think.
north. Yeah, from north. Well, yeah, because they came from south to north.
Right,
But John and Karen came from north to south.
right.
And I'm pretty sure that Bella's family lives south and to the
She
left.
does. Yeah,
Okay. I'm like,
yeah.
maybe that's memory.
She's saying that, but they wouldn't have even passed that street because they came in the opposite direction.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
We were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had
They're just
found
trying to
John.
find a reason that they
Yes.
would have quote unquote gotten a fight.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to, thank you,
Ms. McLaughlin does.
thank you.
With,
Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for emergency.
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam, there's a man passed out in the snow.
You can't, hold on, but you can't do it, no. You can't do it, okay?
Yeah, no, I did that.
You have to pass the rest of the line.
I just keep going.
You know,
State when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John,
My friend John is passed out in the snow or is unresponsive in the snow. My friend John. My friend tells you I know who he is. And John tells you that he's a male, so you don't have to say man or guy. My friend John. It doesn't. They still. I mean, they can come up with all the excuses they want. She purposely 2 times said there's a guy unresponsive in the snow and there's a man passed out in the snow. She chose those words twice and never tells him that he's a cop ever throughout the entire time. Yeah, my friend John, my friend John, the Boston cop, even just my friend John. Bullshit.
John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow. How did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
Same.
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
The streets.
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you...
Wait, you don't have your 911 call and your timeline that you made with Carrie? The thing is you can't trust anything that she has to say. One, she's a liar, and two, her memory is so convoluted with everything that she's talked to all these people about on a daily basis. There's no way to parse through what's fact and what's just bullshit at this point. Hi, Scottish Queen.
Talked to a number of
Hey,
different
Solstein.
people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
You'd think so. Sleuthie, you'd think so.
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Did children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the
Wait,
officers, did you
not
move
until
around at all?
recently. So now her kids are friends with Link's kids. They've all just bonded over John's death, and now they're all besties. Lank. Lank, L-A-N-K, Luke. Officers Good and Lank. Good. Oh, shit.
Yourself?
It's true, ATS. It's true.
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car
JJ.
with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, "Could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids?"
It's the weirdest. That's the weirdest thing that I ever thought of. Like, could I have gotten my period? She has blood on her hands.
Yeah.
And then
And
we
also-
find out in this trial that she actually did start her period.
And then we also we heard Carrie say that she had to wash the blood off of her at the hospital because she had blood on her. She's assuming from CPR. So if Jen did CPR too, why is Jen the only one with no blood on her?
Because Jen didn't do fucking shit.
Right.
That would be a Lancelot Link secret chimp, very, very famous detective. You guys are crazy in chat.
She just kind of was all over the place.
Chaotic,
And then
loud.
at one point,
Your sister never woke
we
up.
saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, "Go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead?" And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
Okay.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
God.
You're outside.
I'm just gonna say, if I'm out in the cold, I don't have MS. I lose feeling in my fingers. That like I don't know, like why couldn't she just say it was cold and my fingers were cold?
And didn't she say last time that, and in her interview or whatever, that when she Googled how long to die in cold at Karen's request, it was
She was in the car.
When they were sitting in the car? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Correct. Well, they've already proven that she couldn't be in the car, so now she can't testify that way. Because she's a liar. So now it's like, oh, okay. So last time you said you were in the vehicle with her when she told you to do that, and then we proved you lied. So now you're lying again.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly how I feel. Ems are really trying to play that up. Like, I have MS, so my hands get cold. Well, I don't have MS, and my hands get cold. Why do you have, like, stop trying to, the play on the emotions of the jurors. That makes me really fucking sick. I get it's a strategy. I get that prosecutors do it. I get it. I can't stand it because it never comes out factual.
But she's a witness. Why does she need sympathy?
Of the car with the defendant, and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia. Did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up, because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Why? She's already supposedly told you and Carrie this multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you be startled by that? That's not startling. You've heard it 20,000 times because she screamed it 3 times each time she says it. This isn't new info to you, Jen. And just FYI, when I said something about MS, I do not believe that it's not debilitating. What I believe is that they are trying to play that up for the jury to try to show that, look, she's just some meek, mild lady who doesn't feel good, versus Karen has MS and they try to portray her as a bitch.
Right. Oh, and
My family members have MS. And by no means am I trying to say anything that it would not be a debilitating factor. What I'm saying is they don't need to use it in the context they are to try to make her look like a sympathetic victim, because she feels like she's a victim in this case. She's not a fucking victim. She's a liar.
I have notes from before the ones that I set. So at 10:44, this is like an interesting piece we didn't have before. It says, during sidebar, McCabe looks over at where the O'Keefe family is seated. Some of the women resemble McCabe. They might be her family. The judge calls for the morning recess. Jurors depart. Judge steps off the bench. Brennan calls Jackson and McCabe into a back room. ADAs McLaughlin and Lally are also there. The door is closed. McCabe leaves with McLaughlin. And then that's when they had like Paul, Aaron, Peggy come in, and then they shut the door of the courtroom.
Jackson and McCabe?
Jackson and McCabe into a back room. And then, okay, so Jackson and McCabe, and then Lally and McLaughlin join them.
Are in the same room or outside that room?
In that room, they go in with after Brennan and Jackson and McCabe. And
Brennan is with Jackson and McCabe. Okay. I'm trying to figure out where Brennan was this whole time.
And then when they leave, when they walk out, McCabe leaves with McLaughlin.
Okay. Well, where's Paul? I thought this was all about Paul.
We don't know. I'm going to read them to you in exact order. Is the one I just read. So there was a sidebar, and in that sidebar, she looks over at where the O'Keefes are. So they're sitting in the, well, that doesn't make any sense, because then it says that at 11:04, they were still in a recess, and the court clerk told reporters to leave. They say the judge wants to talk to the lawyers and immediate family only. The courtroom door closes. Then it says Paul, Aaron, and Peggy O'Keefe step off the elevator and into the courtroom. The door closes again. So if she's looking over at the O'Keefes, I'm not sure how they're then getting off of the elevator, unless they walked out and then, I guess when Brennan brought them into the back room, they could have left and then came back. I don't know. I don't know what it was about. It's weird that they brought McCabe in there, and that, I mean, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I'm wondering if she's looking at Paul.
Could be.
I'm gonna pay more attention to that. See if she's making eye contact with Paul. She's so busy wanting to make eye contact with the jury that I don't know. I don't know if I would even have thought she'd be looking at Paul.
She does look over there, but all right.
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Thought she told her to shut up.
Yeah.
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Oh my God. Look out for her for what?
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
You don't know what her state of mind was. The mind reader's back.
And we're at a sidebar. So Aaron's in court today then?
I don't know. Oh, Paul's not. I couldn't see.
Yeah.
I don't see Paul. It's not there. Neither is Aaron.
Yeah, their seats are empty.
Yeah. After you
So
made
that
a disturbance
that
of the
green shirt's
defendant's
not airing.
request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the
Well,
officers asked
He
you?
just tells you to go wake her up, but he doesn't actually. We don't know why or what's important about it. He's just
Not,
like, I'll go wake her up now that you said so, but I wasn't going to for the last half hour.
yeah, not have them wake up so we can talk to them.
To go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs.
When I
into
went in the
their-
front door, I opened the door.
You didn't just walk through it
Well,
like a
I mean,
demon?
how does she go through the door and then open the door?
She's just, I can't. I just want to get across. I just can't.
hallway, and then I kind of
Down the hallway.
the door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door, and then I opened the door. I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because
Jen,
I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering what.
Because you're scary. Yeah.
So I kept,
Things
it took a
nightmares
minute
when
or
we
two,
do.
and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like,
Got
Jennifer,
a
what's
gun,
going on?
put it in your
What are
face.
you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know
Where was Chloe?
action and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed.
Me either, Lacey.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
IBR.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
Who let him in?
Stairs and saw Officer Lank. Where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see
Can you
whether
help
or not
them?
the officers?
Are we trying to throw Link under the bus for something? Like, well, Link also doesn't. Link knows all these people.
Yeah, like if he was going to tell you to go inside and wake them up, but then let himself in the front door, he could have just woke them up, I guess, on his own. But also, who just walks into a house without permission? Unless you know them. And even then, I don't, like, I'm trying to think, like, I don't, well, my mom's usually at the door waiting for us when we arrive, wherever she is. But I wouldn't knock on her door. But, like, my other family, I do. I knock on their door. My grandpa, when he was alive, I would knock on the door because I don't want to scare him because he was old. So I would knock on the door. So I don't know why this man would just let himself in, but okay.
I wonder if she just like left the door open and he's just like standing there like at the door, like in the foyer. You know what I mean? Like like I said, I mean, they know each other, so this isn't going to be an issue because, like, Link's just going to be like, all right, guys, like, you know, we're going to be out in your yard for a little while.
Yeah, I'm not buying the door was unlocked. It was unlocked because they had already been up and watching. Yeah, I kind of have to agree with that. I find it hard to believe that a cop doesn't lock his doors at night. I don't care where you live.
Well, and he
Or
supposedly
have
doesn't.
cameras.
Well, why does he need cameras then if he's going to just leave his door unlocked anyway? Obviously, it's a very tricky. What does he need surveillance cameras for, Sleuthie?
He might as well just put a sign on the garage door saying, "Come in and kill us."
Right.
Also, I find it interesting that no one thought maybe they might be in danger. Like,
Right.
meaning they might have walked into 34 and the whole family been dead. But they send in this lady to go find, like, if the cops were going to go check on these people to where he was just going to let himself in, then go do it. Why would you send a civilian in to see if, like, everyone's dead or not? You know what I mean? There's someone in the yard that they know who was supposed to be coming there, and he's dead. So what would make us think the people inside were also not dead? You know what I mean?
Yeah, aren't cops supposed to clear a scene when you find someone dead?
Right. Well, I guess they weren't considering inside the house a scene, but it's never really been explained to me why they wouldn't consider that a scene to the extent where they would be.
That's the issue is why was they never looking at the house as a scene, especially in the 911 call when she says that he got out of the car.
Yeah. I just think that a reasonable next step, specifically for her when she found him out there, like why she wouldn't run in to check on her sister, but like the police should know better. And I think it's bizarre that they would not consider that maybe everyone in the house was in danger.
Yeah, and I see what Travis is saying. Like, I get that, but I think the issue is they didn't think that there was anything going on in the house. So that is it weird that Link just kind of walks in and just meanders around the front door? So it's like you can't, like, they don't have it both ways. You know what I mean? They're saying like, no, there was no issues, and now Link is standing there and Chloe's still not doing anything. Chloe isn't barking at Link, who just walked in the front door. Even if Chloe knows Jen so well, Chloe doesn't know Link. It just doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't line up with reality to me.
With your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
She needs to see an allergist. I'm tired of this. I don't know if that's because she needs to see an allergist or if she's trying to pretend like she's crying. I don't know. It's annoying.
It's emotional.
I don't need to hear you like trying to hawk up loogies.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview.
The visibility looks pretty good to me. I mean, I could see it all. Can't you?
Yeah, especially like if I'm driving out there and I'm looking for a person, you know what I mean? Like, I get that Carrie wasn't looking for John.
What happened?
It's black. I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was you. Wait, why did we just cut it to whatever this is, which is noticeably worse? And Skippy. Why is it Skippy? I mean, now it's fine.
If I remember right, his is like an 8-minute video to get there.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
Blue parka. Free. So she's standing. She's not doing CPR. Where's the sound at?
You can barely hear it. I'm going to turn it up, but then if we talk, it's going to be really loud. So don't, if you talk, whisper.
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
No.
Are they lifting him to the left?
Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman?
I turned the volume back down because you can't hear anything anyway.
Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Kerry Roberts.
What?
That's the area where John was found.
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m. If you don't know, that's okay.
Am I tripping?
Do you know what Miss Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
Unless it's just a really bad pause. I thought that was one of the officers right
My
there.
guess is
I
that,
don't want you to guess. Just if you
I
know.
don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
No one ever comforts
yes.
Karen. This whole bullshit of,
Continue,
I
please.
was trying to comfort her.
She keeps her back to. Where is the? Where we? Oh, I guess right there. Okay, I kind of see like a shadow. I guess. Okay, yeah.
This is supposedly when she's picking up the phone, but this is when she gets this is when she's getting the blankets.
Yeah, bullshit. And Jen keeps her back turned to John the entire time, and Karen, basically.
Yes.
Remember, she's comforting Karen.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I
Is
don't.
that you, T?
Continue, please.
Me?
Yeah.
Doing what?
She's got her hands out. She's talking. Yeah.
Yeah. This
Continue.
is Jen.
What's the time here? Can you see it?
6:15:38.
Thank you.
Isn't this Katie in the yellow
Supposedly.
jacket? And then there's Karen, and that's Seraph.
Mm-hmm.
And then over here is Carrie putting the stuff in her car and wiping the snow off of her
Do you
car.
see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please.
The officer moved her? He doesn't
And
even.
that part-
I'm going to
part
back
is
that up.
over.
I don't think he moved her.
Convers-
He looks like he's looking away.
Or not?
He's not paying. Yeah, he's just walking around. Okay, Karen's over here. Let me see the officer. This is the officer.
He could have said, get out of the road.
The defendant moved from the right to the left.
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Yeah,
Do
I
you know
don't.
whether or
I
not that's
mean,
the woman first
he's not like
responder?
moving her. He probably could have been like,
I
"Yeah, you don't want to
believe so,
stand out here. They
yes.
can't see you.
Do you know?
Yeah, he was probably
You
trying to
don't
get
have.
out of the street.
You have no reflectors
Move the
on."
defendant over to from right to left.
I don't.
Okay, continue, please.
Why is Carrie doing weird busybody shit while they're all talking about John Lane? They're dead.
I don't. That's not. I'm like, she's over here wiping snow off of her car and putting her
Weird.
blankets away. And that's supposedly, like I said, when she testified, she said that's when she picked up the phone. But yet the
doesn't
phone
mean
was
it's right.
moving since 6:04.
Mhm.
Is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue.
What's the time on that?
Stop. Do you see
6:16:08.
the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
Oh, well, he probably moved her out of the way because Good was showing. Isn't it Good that shows up next? The next officer that shows up. It's not Good. I lied. It's Mulaney. Yeah. Yeah. So he probably saw his car coming up and he was like, okay, yes, just scoot over there and I'm going to go walk this way to go talk to him. Yeah, right here.
See, I only see Jen talking.
Well, she's talking now. She's talking to the cops.
Okay, so she wasn't talking to Katie. So where is it that she said to Katie she hit him?
Supposedly right there beforehand. When
If you could
Seraph
move
is
ahead to
standing there.
619, please.
Well, Seraph didn't hear that though.
Correct.
Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
It's also the other paramedic. Shit, I don't remember his name. Not
Flamati.
Timmy. Was it Lamati?
Is it Flamati or
The one that testified that Katie and Karen were having the conversation outside of the ambulance and he heard them, but then we come to find out that he couldn't have heard them because the doors and everything were closed.
was Flamati?
Yeah. So then that conversation where she's supposedly saying I hit him would not be right here because it's
It would be at
supposedly
the back of the ambulance.
it would be at the back of the ambulance.
I agree with that. I've always said that. Like if you know something's going to make you way worse, like feel way worse, you tend to stay away from it. Like me with the medicine that I get now, hopefully for like not too much longer, soup made me really, really sick. Like
So
right
you
when
went
I
out-
started again, I won't touch soup. I'm terrified of it.
You didn't go out like every weekend and have like 7 bowls of soup?
No, my mom thinks I'm crazy. She like laughs at me. She's like, that was just like it wasn't the soup. It was like, and I was like, I literally don't care. I'm terrified of soup. I won't do it. It was good soup, but
That's how I feel about broccoli.
I like broccoli. But if it makes me sick, then I don't fucking like broccoli anymore.
I loved broccoli. And then when I was pregnant with the tiny human, I ate so much broccoli that I threw it up everywhere. And I barely just in the last year been able to smell broccoli without wanting to vomit.
Yep.
So I don't go out just looking for broccoli.
Yeah.
You and I could get together and have broccoli soup.
Oh, no, thank you.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yeah.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reeves?
Oh, yeah.
I
I
believe
went.
it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
Okay, so now she's about to go sit in the car and Google. There's Carrie. Yeah, I won't touch tequila since I was in my teens. Not even a drink mixed with tequila. Can't stand that shit. Yours is just anything red. Okay, so
Like, why is he got us?
6:20, 35-ish.
Why's he got us watching shit where nobody is? Nobody's doing nothing.
The dash cam has sound. Would it
Why
not?
can't you?
Would it not pick up the sound of somebody inside the car?
It would. And also the windshield wipers. See, we don't even hear the windshield wipers. The only time we really heard much of anything was when he first got out and said, like, what happened or whatever.
Is that Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Was she just looking at a phone?
Yeah.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Miss Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
What time is it?
6:21 something.
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please.
We could hear Karen screaming. Hi, Ange.
At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Why are we even watching this one anymore? Why aren't we going to the other officers?
Mm-hmm.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
My God.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15.
Wow.
Why aren't you showing us the other officers?
Because it won't show her on, it won't, whatever. There's good, or yeah, that's
This
good.
This is when the other cop, the other one gets there and pulls up the other direction, so he's facing them.
Well, that would be good. But why
Is
is
it
there two of them?
I'd have to go back to my notes, and I don't remember which one pulled up when. But this is the cop that pulls up going that way. I thought it was the one that was off duty. He was off duty and was just about to start or something. He was just about to start his shift. Do you remember who I'm talking about?
Keep going. I'll find out.
I don't remember all their names. I remember their names. I just don't remember which ones are which. Good is the one who comes. He's one of the last ones to arrive. This might be Burke. What is his name? Berkowitz? No. Gallagher?
Oh, Mulaney was in the opposite direction.
Okay, so who's the second officer on the scene after Saraf?
Mulaney.
Two of them pull up. Two of them pull up right here. So there's one that's right behind the car, and then there's the other one that's in the middle of the street over here. And you can see this cop car in it. That's the second cop there, right? And then there's the third cop car that comes up the other direction and is facing them. Let me see if I have what I'm talking about. Okay, well, like the neighbor's picture. So like there's Saraf's cop car here, and then there's the other cop car over here. And then the ambulance shows up. So here's Carrie, here's Saraf, here's officer number 2 with the dash cam, and I can't remember who it is. and then officer number 3 right here, or 2. He might be 2, and he might be 3, but I thought it was vice versa. And then here's the headlights of the next one pulls up and is facing Carrie's car.
So Brandy Churchwell, the furthest she got on showing where everyone is. I'll take a screenshot of it and send it to you.
Okay.
But it doesn't have goods. I don't know where he was.
You know what? I feel like Microdots has one. I don't know if it's labeled.
What is this? Oh,
That's a Microdot screenshot from his reenactment stuff.
send it to Messenger.
Okay. All right, 626:44.
Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lang. I saw Carrie go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lang?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Why is no one talking to you?
Nobody's talking to Carrie.
See, now we hear sounds again.
I think that's actually from the courtroom.
No, that's the sirens.
What sirens?
Or they're whatever kind of sound. That is coming from this video. It's not the courtroom.
Oh, it is?
Mm-hmm.
Is that somebody's phone in the car?
Maybe.
He retired, Soulshine.
Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
No
Yes, I can
sirens.
see myself
Nobody
walking
pulled up
up.
the sirens.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
To the front door.
West of Officer Lang?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please?
If you can hear the cop's phone ringing inside the car, and that's what that noise is, then there's no reason that we wouldn't hear on the dash cam the praying and Karen freaking out and saying, hey, Google how long it would take to die in the cold. I'm just saying. Because they're supposedly in the other cop car, no?
I still don't understand which one she's supposedly in. Might have been Goods.
I don't think Good's there yet. I do, Mystic. Give me a second and I
Did you see
can
something
get it.
happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
And what happened?
Light went on.
Is that downstairs?
Oh, wait.
The front door when she's walking
Thank
up
you,
to it.
Phil.
What time is it?
This is 6:39. Hold on, I'll go
She's
back.
already in the house.
Hold on. Well, let me go back.
Light.
6:30. 6:39. It's hard to tell. 6:33, 6:39,
Right there.
And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
6:39:06. It's kind of blurry though, but I think that's what it is.
Light went on.
I'll note it, 6:39:08.
Downstairs.
There you
light.
go. He actually says it.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
She's standing right there.
So when she walked in, why didn't she turn any lights on? She walked about their house in darkness.
Yes.
So that's basically, is that a porch light or maybe the living room light? But that's definitely downstairs. It's not upstairs in their bedroom.
No. I think I have it under my Google.
Yeah, she was in.
Let me look.
6:34. Well, we'll say 6:35. So between 6:35 and 6:39, she'd already been in there 4 minutes.
Hold on one second. I'm talking to my husband real quick. All right. He doesn't know when he's going to be back, so he doesn't know which kid he's picking up still.
Okay. I mean, we'll figure it out, whatever it is. Okay.
After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband.
When did your husband get there?
Her and I
had that after Link, she said after Link was standing in the doorway, then Matt came and she was talking to Matt, so she wasn't listening to what Lank was saying to her sister and brother-in-law. We haven't noticed. She never determined a time. Not here. She didn't. Just after that
conversation, she was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lank said that I needed to. One of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the. I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Okay, well, I'm going to show this real quick so you guys have kind of an idea of where.
And you didn't stay to talk to the state police, so that doesn't make any sense.
All right, so here's 34 Fairview, where the party was at, is up here, and then John's house is. Why is it not popping up?
Should be to the right.
Yeah, right.
Like.
But it should pop up.
Do you have it on there?
Yeah. Right there. Oh, it's hiding. That's why I'm like, I can't see it. Right here.
Does that say Chick-fil-A? Oh, Chris and Julie?
Yeah.
Oh, when they lived over there, yeah.
Yeah. So John's house is over here. It's just hiding behind that one for some reason. And then 34 Fairview's here. So here to here. And then here's CF McCarthy's and the Waterfall Bar and Grill. The pizza place that Chris owns. But they go up and around. They don't go up this way and go to the house. They go like up and around over this way.
Keep going.
Then,
yeah.
Up here and then down. So, that way, down.
Yeah.
I hope that helps put some things in perspective. I know you guys were asking about the map. Is there a Chick-fil-A somewhere? If it is, it's not what I put on the map. It's just from the map itself.
No, I think I'm just hungry.
Oh.
It's about that time. Once like the morning can't bear to eat anything goes away. Now I'm kind of a little bit hungry. I think I'm gonna make a pizza. Although maybe I won't eat something like that because I did get a bunch of Smart Food popcorn for cross-examination. So
you gotta get the popcorn. Okay, and here's another one. These are Microdots reenactments. but he doesn't have them labeled on who's who. So that kind of sucks. Yeah, there's all these cars like all different directions, and this one doesn't have the ambulance back here or the paramedic car. So,
Well, which one is supposed to be Carrie's car?
I don't think it's here. I think it should be right here. This is the cop car.
I know the truck is Lank. That truck is Lank.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is not right, because when she goes inside and we see her walk past, there are two cars on the left side there, like parked one behind the other.
I'll go back in testimony and try to see if I can figure it out, because I know that I got it from the last testimony. I just didn't. This is why I should make my own little graphs, and so I can know what I want to know.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go back and look.
Well, we're not for sure that that's actually where his body was. So
I did, yes.
No,
What
that's
was your
just
mental state
a
at that
reenactment.
point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes,
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
yes,
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
yes. They were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
When my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But you know, this, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
did she not say Higgins showed up?
Anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a
She hasn't talked
conversation.
about Higgins coming to the house.
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you
How'd
ever
she
speak
text
to
her?
Miss
She didn't
Reed?
have her number either.
no, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
Move on.
There are a lot of questions about what you saw and heard.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Wrong.
Did anything else?
Wrong. That's not what you said. You said all the times before and at the last trial that the reason you called was to let them know that Karen said in the car while you guys were driving around looking for him that could she have hit him?
Yep. But remember, she's so shocked outside when Karen says, I hit him.
She's a liar.
Okay, so I think I know what my confusion was. So Saraf pulls up right behind the car. Carrie's car. Then Mulaney pulls up coming opposite, but almost next to Carrie's car. Like coming that way. So his headlights are coming that way. And then Good shows up. Well, when Mulaney gets there, the fire department is also arriving at the same time. So you have then the ambulance, and then Good shows up, and then Gallagher shows up.
Okay.
So I think my issue was not understanding that Mulaney also came the opposite direction, but he's on the opposite side of the street. So he's on the wrong side of the street facing Saraf.
It's funny because we haven't heard from any of these police officers yet. And that we're in the 7th day and talking to Jen McCabe.
Yes.
So when we do hear from them, if we hear from them, Teresa, it's probably going to be different anyway.
True. Okay. Yeah, it's weird that we've not heard from cops at all.
Over the course of that morning, come back to you about that moment.
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes. Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
Officer?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by.
She calls him Officer Proctor so that she doesn't call him, what did she call him last time? Proctor Troopa?
No, that
wasn't her?
Maybe it was. Doesn't matter. He's not a trooper or an officer anymore.
Right. It would be former trooper. But she called him something funky. Trooper
Proctor Trooper.
Or she called him something like opposite that. Yeah, it was something weird. I don't remember what it was now.
Yeah.
And questioned me. And I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping. And, I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this, news to them and comfort them. And I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after. Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
She said his
Was there
name
anybody
right.
else at your home?
Not
My
Buchanan.
husband was home and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or
The troopers.
yes,
No. Colin is Chris and Julie Albert's kid. So it's her nephew kind of by marriage. It's actually her sister's nephew.
I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
Okay, so former Trooper Proctor got terminated because he's a piece of shit. It was a long process. They had to do all the review boards and everything else, but he was caught. Well, did he end up, I don't know what the actual reason they ended up terminating him was, but it was because of this case. They had gotten all of his personal text messages, and he was texting people about really derogatory things about Karen, like people from like high school. Yeah, she doesn't know. So I don't know how much of it's going to come out, but I don't know the reason, the actual reason that they put down on his termination paperwork, but it's because of this case. Because he's nasty.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and our sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar?
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter? Don't give me a name. Kerry's daughter?
Kerry's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Ms. Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lang's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
So when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request of you, asked you to do that, did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
I'm going to sustain discretion.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Like, Connie.
My question is, why does she need to remember? Like, what did Peggy think was so important about them not forgetting? Did she automatically think right away that it was going to be a murder case?
That's what she, I think, wanted. Yeah.
So that's suspicious because
she's already yelling at Karen on the phone. She's ignoring her and being mean to her in the hospital. She's not talking to her when she shows up at the house to see them. And yet these guys show up and they're allowed to just leave their kids with Peggy, even though her son just fucking died. I mean, but Peggy's so distraught that she can't even speak to Karen. Doesn't even remember if Karen was in the house. Doesn't even remember seeing her. Just knows she went upstairs.
But it's just interesting because unless you thought that it was going to be a murder case, why would your concern be that they would forget what happened? So you have them write this stuff down because you don't want them to forget.
Because they're like, Karen was like, did I hit him? Did I hit him? I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. And that was it. And she was like, well, we're going after Karen. Write down everything. She's going to be held responsible for what happened to my son.
Mm-hmm.
Peggy's always been involved with the timeline. The timeline was always made because Peggy asked for it.
Yeah, they've always said that.
Yeah, Peggy can't remember that the house has a kitchen island. That's
so
true.
if you couple that, her wanting them to write down a timeline because she doesn't want them to forget anything that happened, her showing up at the hospital and, like you said, not comforting Karen, but also saying to a nurse or whatever, what's she doing here? Saying in the car on the way there, you just left him. Saying at the house, he looks like he got hit by a car. It's just all very strange.
I think Peggy's very strange.
I just don't know why unless like,
hi Dom.
Unless there was like abuse in the past or whatever. Like for instance, like at a certain point in time, like if I had shown up dead somewhere, my mother absolutely would have immediately been like, you need to look at so-and-so. But like, there's a reason. Nobody's given us a reason.
No.
It's not like she ever put hands on John.
No, Peggy does not like Karen. Peggy never liked Karen. But there's been a lot of talk, and I've never seen proof of it, but I will tell you, from before, way before the first trial, when all this was going down, that Peggy and John O'Keefe were not talking at the time of his death. That they hadn't talked and they were not getting along. And that's why I always talk about the dad, because supposedly the dad and the mom were not getting along. And that's why I was like, it's weird now we know he was at the house that day and on the couch. Like, how often was he there?
Yeah.
Because supposedly nobody was talking to Peggy at the time. But I've never seen proof of that. So I just kind of keep it in the back of my mind to see, what comes from it. But I don't know. If anybody would have it, it'd probably be on a Turtle Boy blog, but I have never sat down and actually read every one of his. But I mean, it kind of makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I think we're almost done.
Yeah. So my three sons, yes, on cross, Jackson can quote unquote refresh her memory from last trial. Yes, and also from grand jury testimony.
Oh yeah. And last trial she asked to see literally everything. So
she was like, "Can you show me that? Can you show me that? Can you show me that?"
Further in the future,
Yes.
can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
well, yeah, because she asked if she could delete stuff. So
Yes.
Right.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a piece of paper. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
You know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can use this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it. Moving it as an exhibit, I do not object.
Okay, I'll see the template.
Sidebar.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Here we go. We get a few questions and then we get the break.
I'm ready.
All right, Jackson.
He's been preparing for this a whole year.
Yeah, he has.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
Of course she did.
Did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
We're not sped up at all, right?
Of the last.
Nope, he's just going fast.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Indiana girl, we just started cross, and I did see when the camera just panned that Paul is sitting there in his normal spot as of right now. So just FYI.
year, even though you
No.
Hold on, back that up.
either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding.
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. Because-
That's exactly what you're testifying about, though, ma'am. Is the moments of that morning. So if you talked about the moments of that morning, then you talked about your testimony.
Exactly. He's like, let's break that down a little bit. Let's talk about that.
The timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case
Yes.
with Ms. Roberts.
Many times. Yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Would you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened. Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts.
There's no way that Jen McCabe did not bitch repeatedly about Alan Jackson cross-examination from the first trial. There is not a doubt in my mind that she talked about exactly how she felt and what a piece of shit he is and blah, 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 blah. No way.
You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment.
Right.
And
That's your
those
testimony.
moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. That's my
story.
phone call.
That's your
in the
story.
morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
Oh, Carrie can say that?
Story,
Not
correct?
my story.
You said it.
It's the
It's the truth.
You just said the word story.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
Are we going to get another, because I'm a truthful and honest person?
Yeah.
Okay.
truth.
Okay.
Story was your word.
For instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call. Correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, I'm sorry, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. and you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Miss Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about
Every day.
it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Do you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things
Sure.
besides the case.
Sure. The movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes. And yes, absolutely. We
Okay,
talk
so-
many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us. So
And
it's a
talking
huge part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's fine. I'm sorry.
I've never heard so many sirens, but with her on the stand.
Right.
Traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Please.
Question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a
Yeah.
time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you
This
think it
year?
was last summer?
No,
Do you think it was?
no, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the
2025?
fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime.
I believe so. Yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those.
What was the weather like? Was it
I was literally about to say, was it winter? Was there snow?
Yes, exactly.
conversations? Then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who
All
else
right.
was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was. Yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at one. Trooper Buchanan was there at one. The witness advocates were there.
Mhm.
And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure,
I
understood.
apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say Again, I didn't write them down off the top of my head. I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched.
Paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
You were a raging cunt at the last trial. Don't be a raging cunt this time. Say I'm sorry a lot. Don't wear a lot of makeup. Dress down. And don't be a cunt.
I have a feeling that the court suggested that her and Jackson have a talk before so that they didn't create drama.
Nah, fuck that. I expect full drama.
I know, but why would the court want a Zoom meeting with Jackson and McCabe?
I don't know. We might find out eventually. I'm not sure, but maybe. Well, we know they're not allowed to talk about feds, so I don't know.
She can't use the word harassment because she tried to squeeze that shit in last time too.
I'm sure they probably warned her on that heavily, but I don't know. Because she would have brought it up by now. She would have.
She's going through the trauma we've endured from this case, Okay.
Using probably a poor word, perform, how you came across, your demeanor in the last proceeding. Objection.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to rewind that because I want to hear that full. I want to hear that in context.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection. I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform, how you
a perfect word.
Your demeanor in the last proceeding. Objection. Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial the last proceeding to this trial? My mistake.
Oopsie.
Proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and
don't be a cunt.
Answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach? Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm going to ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No,
There's no way they didn't talk about that.
Testimony with any member of the DA's office?
no,
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
no. there
There's
wasn't.
no way they did not do that.
What were the
I agree.
things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings.
And if they didn't, there's no reason that Brennan is getting so snippy and wanting all of those objections. And like, he just let her say, no, of course not. Like, we never talked about any of it.
Like that. And also, you'd have to be an idiot to not realize, like, from watching the first trial to this one, that she's literally been specific about filling in holes of things that she was confronted on in cross-examination last year. Like, there's no way that they did not discuss this in further detail about how she was. Now, did they have like a mock trial? I don't know, but you're not going to tell me that Brendan didn't say. So if he asks you, you know, blah, 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 how will you respond? I mean, they do it all the time, dude. For my hearing that I had for my divorce, like, my lawyer talked to me about
Your demeanor.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the jury's gonna. I mean, the jury doesn't know her previous testimony, so I think it'll be. Yeah, she does look like she took a vow.
Meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure,
Okay.
but it was fairly quick. Yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, you know, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your case, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
You true crime junkie?
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes. Very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes. We have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family.
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is. Yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton. Yes.
All right. Obviously, it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay.
She's falling for kind Jackson.
You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes. I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which-
100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have three sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle. Yes.
Michelle.
Mhm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by a nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
shortened
Shelley
name from
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah. Like Deeedee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes. Yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does. Yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th.
Yes.
Special events.
Yes.
Spend weekends together.
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes,
But she very much is not family, correct?
correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times, you didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that, Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Correct.
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay.
And Nexus
And
as
Canton
well.
Police Department. There's also some connections there as well. Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Why are you objecting? Shut up.
Police department.
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood.
And Lank.
You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see Counselor Tybach, please?
Sure.
Now this is where they drag on for an hour. So
Yeah, so let's see. Okay, so there's Aaron. And there's Paul. Why did she call it right then?
right in the middle of the question. Ew, what's funny, asshole? That's Carl's wife. What is so funny?
That's whose wife?
Carl Dougal or whatever.
Yeah. I'm going to go back a second.
Why is that lady's eyes all big?
Also, we went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard. So, given number is
Objection.
Chris Albert.
All about the connections with the cops.
Who's sisters to Julie, and Canton Police Department. There's
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated.
Can I for a
Good.
second?
Right there.
I'm sorry, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second?
So right here, she looks over to the right.
Well,
I don't know. I
Julie-
cannot tell where she's looking.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay, and Canton Police Department. There's also some connections there as well. Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
Oh, she keeps looking over there.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't. You obviously cannot tell where she's looking because we don't see the full set. But
Could be looking at Brennan or over at the family.
isn't Brennan should be like right down here in front of her, right? I mean, he should be.
He should
His
be.
table's like right there. So I don't know if something's happening like with like Yannetti. You know what? I wonder.
Long crime.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Let me look and see if we can see anything happening at the table on law and crime.
Went back and tried to get text messages, and then they weren't there. I couldn't get the text messages back.
Matt? After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th
Not the right
of
spot.
January 2020.
Fast forward.
Is it past that?
Yeah. All right, stop there. Let's listen.
That you've been interviewed by law
Keep
enforcement
going.
agents associated with.
Can I stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar?
Okay, go back.
The law
Department. I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
He started getting up first, so it must have been something with light. I don't know.
That's weird.
Yeah, but we don't like this feed because we can't see anything that they put up.
I'll try Court TV. Yesterday, Court TV
Also
was just
Canton
skipping
Police.
everywhere.
Law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
See, he got up before she even said anything. Like as if it had something to do with Lank. But
There's no
everything-
delay on that, right?
no.
Second and see
see what
counsel at
Little
sidebar.
Police. Law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can
and
I stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel?
See, that doesn't make any sense because everything that preceded this doesn't make sense if it were about Lank.
Yeah. What's he?
He said something to Karen. Oh God, I hate McLaughlin's whatever that is, that outfit she has on. I hate it.
What was that about?
I don't know. Why does Jackie look like she's like in the military? Like, what is this? They're so bizarre. This is bizarre.
What's he getting up for? And talking to Karen while he's getting up. I don't know. That is kind of interesting.
Well, now you got to fast forward like way, way far.
Well, I want to see when she comes back and kicks everybody out. Because right now they're just at a sidebar, so I want to see what she says.
I've heard people say that ATS news, but maybe he's not well. He could very well have something going on with him unrelated to this at all. I do.
So we'll see in about 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury.
But when I look sickly, it's not because I think Karen's guilty. You know what I mean? I've heard people say Yannetti looks like he's like sick, but in a sense of, basically he knows Karen's guilty. Like ridiculous shit like that, they say. But sometimes he does look a little peaked. See, they come back and then he moves down 2 spots.
He switched with this shirt, the girl in green over here, the other girl. I don't know who that is, so. Which is weird. He's never not sat there.
That could have been like extra, like, you know what I mean? I don't think that this whole thing was all because of Paul, but it could have been like, while we're here, move your ass down the pew. You know what I mean?
He's like smug now.
Yeah.
Oh, these?
Okay, where's my lip readers? Where's the lip readers? I need you.
I was just thinking that. I was trying. Okay, go back again. Just
Okay.
oh, well, he's laughing. Yeah, but
Oh, these?
white milk.
White milk? You're fired.
Like, I'm serious. Just go back like 5 seconds, and it looks like he points out. He says white milk. We need the people that do the bad lip reading videos. Watch him now and keep that in mind. Ready?
Oh, these?
White
milk. It does. He's all serious about it. White milk.
He's like, I asked for chocolate and they brought me white milk.
Well, then I'm gonna do it again now.
Oh, these?
I wanted white milk. White milk. He says it twice. I wanted white milk. White milk. Oh, that is fucking hilarious.
She's like, next time, please tell the bailiff to make sure they bring white milk because he's very, very angry.
He's very angry about the lack of the white milk.
Right now, a break, I guess.
I think they haven't even. I don't think they're really back yet. Oh, I'm still on Law and Crime. Shit. Well,
You're not. Oh, yes, you are.
Yeah.
Go back. Yeah, I can't see nothing, and you know he's going to be putting shit up on the screen. I can't see anything from this.
Yes, hold please. Let me do.
ATS said warm it up too.
White milk.
I didn't even mean to say that out loud, but I was like, my face was like 2 inches from the computer, and I was trying to say it with him.
So I wanted white milk. White milk. Now, see, and then every juror is going to be like, I can see where he said white milk.
White milk.
Yeah.
So where's the milk come in? Yeah.
Where's the milk? All right, let's see if Court TV's audio is better. I'll try it. If it gets skippy, I'm going back to Boston.
Well, isn't this where we were all day today?
No, I've been on Boston.
Oh.
Because I like their timestamp, so if I have to switch with you, I can tell you where I am. Plus,
It actually interviewed you, correct?
Court TV was skippy.
This sounds good. Well, that was yesterday.
With your into
The live court is on a short break.
It was not short. It was very long. It was lunchtime long.
Yeah, and then they still have to take a lunch.
Oh, absolutely not. They better eat lunch then.
I gotta see Nettie say white milk again.
Maybe we can see it better here.
Oh, these?
White milk.
Bring me white milk. White milk.
White milk.
I wanted white milk. White milk.
I told them bring me white milk. White milk.
Yeah, this is the first time Paul's ever sat not right here in the corner where he can see Karen. and try to
Yeah,
make
legal Lacey. I don't know that it's a coincidence, but I don't think it has to do with like all the other. I think the other things was a different issue. And while they were discussing whatever other unrelated issue, they said, because remember I told you all yesterday, there were lawyers that were like, if I were a lawyer in the room, I would be having Paul move because the faces that he's making, it's
Yeah.
inappropriate. Not only can the cameras see, but they can also see. I mean, the jury has a direct line of sight to him. So he does. He did that last trial too. I mean, quite literally would like bend over and like rest his elbows on his knees and just stare at her, like the side of her face. It was bizarre.
he thinks he's like intimidating.
Yeah.
Jurors, thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address.
Yeah, you're not welcome.
Happen here, so I appreciate
Yeah,
your
Yannetti
patience.
needed white
Mr.
milk.
Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here?
Also, don't you think they could have like, instead of just taking those Walmart curtains straight out of the package and hanging them right there, they could have maybe ironed them or steamed them or gotten better quality curtains?
That was like, I want curtains, green ones right here.
I mean, they still got the folds from the packaging. That would piss me off, man. You know how I was about the curtains in this house. I had to get through several before. And let me tell you, like the 96-inch ones are not, they don't like carry them in the store all the time. Because hardly anybody gets them that tall. And I needed them that tall. Have I told you I've since replaced them all? Now they're all this tall.
Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
All right, let's go.
When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of
Okay, how's the audio, you guys in chat? Is this better on Court TV?
the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends
Chris.
with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie.
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Fuck off, Beb.
Is that your relationship?
Kim, are you in here?
Who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister,
Yes.
and obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
Oh,
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
she looks scared now.
Can you answer that? Is there
Again?
a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother,
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
the Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that
Feds.
was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that,
On that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that.
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency. Is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, they always do. Feds.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022.
Objection.
As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Oh,
Changes to certain terminologies.
oh,
Wait,
Let me
what
see
is-
if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you basically about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
uh-oh.
They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very
What?
first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had
Feds just walk up to her car and they're like, Ms. McCabe, come with us.
Love it. Love it.
And then she's like, and they were vague. She was probably scared out of her fucking mind.
not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after they
Not
said,
not the homeowner, they approached you in your car. Hold on.
It must have been at her house. Like,
you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after they said, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe,
Mhm.
you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
what do you mean you don't know where they were? They just approached you at your car.
You walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you're sus.
They
All
told
right.
you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
What?
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with
Get
them, correct?
ready. She was coming from outside already. She wasn't like in her PJs.
Yes. Brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
Okay, pause a second so I can write this down real quick.
Okay. Yeah, what is she getting?
She
what
was
is-
already out
yes.
and was like arriving home. So you were already like ready in the sense that like my aunt won't leave the house unless she has makeup on, even to go to the gas station.
Yeah, but
So
she's
you
already
were-
ready. So who does she
what I'm saying.
call within that 10 minutes?
Or
Who
talk
is
to,
she-
well, was Matt in the house?
Don't know, but she's talking to somebody saying, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. All right,
Agreed to
CH,
speak with
wait
them
for it.
in
No
10
spoilers, CH. All right, I'm going to wait for it. I'm ready.
10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, Kitty, 10 minutes. She's coming up with some lies.
10 minutes is a long time. Like,
Calls Brian Albert and tells him to get his ass over there.
all right, go.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, these law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Oh, but you were so helpful and wanted to help with the investigation.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them
She just rolled her eyes.
that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct?
Why?
At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it,
Why are you scratching?
it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, it could show
She
me.
looks like she's literally falling apart as we speak.
Why would you call Carrie Roberts?
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Pants status soiled. Shaking her head no. Like she's so frustrated. She wants to get mad at him so bad.
You're fucked. I think you're fucked. Because if she told them, well, I don't know the difference between whether she said,
Yes.
it would be one thing if she said, no, I didn't call anyone, right? And she did, then that would be a big problem for them. But I don't know if it'll be a big, big problem for them if she says, I called my husband and Carrie, and then left out like that she also called a lawyer or something. You know what I mean? Or sister.
Right.
Like, I
but
don't
I
know.
think the issue is I need 10 minutes to get ready, but I'm already ready because
Get
I'm
ready.
outside in my car. And to get ready means to call my husband, which is fine. I think if she called her husband and he came home, yeah, I totally get it. But why call Carrie Roberts or anybody else outside of that?
Also, this was April 2023. Wait, what? It was April 2023.
Did they give us the actual date or no?
They did not, but this was before the last trial. So wonder why this didn't come up in the last trial. Wonder if they just found out about this.
Yeah, I think this is probably new information they didn't have.
Wow. So within that 10 minutes, she said she called Matt and Carrie. Interesting. Let's see it.
Oh, the protective order on the investigation.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I guess that makes sense too. That might be why they didn't bring it up. And Kim's here, by the way.
Hi, Kim. Love you. Is Molly in here? I didn't see
Molly.
Molly. If you're here, say you're here. We also didn't know that at some point during this conversation, she got uncomfortable and suspended the interview.
Yeah, after she's so ready to help. And I gave him my phone and I was like, I just want to help. I'll do anything I can to help. Then why aren't you talking to these guys? Why don't you want to help them? I need a Dr. Pepper. She's stressing me out.
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally. Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, and for court and counsel. Page
Look at her looking at him.
starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could
Oh
review
my
those
God.
2 paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
Hi, Tammy. The Turtle Boy's hearing is starting now.
That's
seems
kind of
like
good timing since he's not allowed to sit in on this anyway.
Yeah, worked out for him. And of course, they're trying to revoke his bond again.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
So ridiculous.
She's going to read every single line. I hate to break it to you, Jen, but if you lied to them, they already know. Like, you can't fix it right now, you know? Like, it don't matter how much you read it. Like, you can't fix it. If you lied, they are already aware that you've lied. Here we go.
Can you give an elevator speech on Turtle Boy for the couple in the chat that have never... Who is this turtle y'all keep talking about? Do you have an elevator speech for Turtle Boy?
Basically, he was reporting on this case and all the people in this case. And long story short, they charged him with witness intimidation for talking about how the DA was being investigated and these people were protected and this and that and this and that. So ever since then, they arrested him for some time. He spent like 90 days in jail and then was released. They basically wanted him to stop talking about witnesses, stop reporting on the case, stop talking about the DA's office. Like what actually happens when they try to silence a reporter.
He's an independent investigative journalist. So he rubs people the wrong way a lot because he's an in-your-face journalist, like old school, like walks up to people asking questions. And they don't like that. They call it harassment.
People say that law enforcement is like trying to silence them. And I think it takes away from the people when they actually are trying to do that. Like they actually are trying to do that with this man between putting him in jail. Then he got out. And ever since then, they've tried multiple times to have his bail revoked. So he would go back to prison or go back to jail before, like while this trial was happening. Like they want him back. They want him in jail where he can't do lives. He can't write articles. He can't tweet about it. None of that stuff.
The Commonwealth tried to put him on the witness list for this trial so he would not be able to sit in the courtroom
or watch it
or tweet about it or talk about it on his channel, which is what, his channel is about Karen Reed. It's the real silencing. Yeah. And I get like he goes above and beyond what I would personally do. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like that's a lot, but I know that my comfort zone is here and his comfort zone is way up there. So people have a problem with him. I actually like Turtle Boy. I think that this case is where it is because of Turtle Boy and the Commonwealth hates him. And it's the same state. He actually typically is in the same courtroom as Karen Reed, but because the trial's happening, he's going to be in a different courtroom today.
Because for two reasons, because he has a hearing right now, but also if he didn't have a hearing, he's not allowed to be there. They tried to keep him out and the judge ruled they basically couldn't do that because he was going to plead the fifth because of his pending like 16 charges of witness intimidation. But he's not allowed to be present for the people who are named as victims in his charges. So Jennifer McCabe is one of them. So he wouldn't be allowed to be here anyway.
And Molly's here.
Where? Hi, Molly. Oh, I'm just now seeing it up here. She had to take a nappy this morning so that she could be here with us because she didn't want to watch it. Love you, Molly.
Yeah, he says controversial things, but his heart is in the right place. I think he's funny as fuck.
I do.
Yeah. I have no issues with him whatsoever. So I think that the whole thing is just to shut him down. Now, do I know all the details? No, I don't. So, maybe my opinion's biased, but it is what it is. Okay. See how long she keeps reading. Yeah, she can read all of it if she wants to, line by line.
Someone said he was directed to read a paragraph.
Oh, okay. But she can, if it's just a refresher, she can look at it as much as she wants to refresh her recollection.
Yeah.
Right.
Ma'am. I have never seen, like, police should be able to handle that. I've never seen any police whine about a reporter saying mean things, just like a judge. Like it's part of your job, unfortunately.
Yeah, you have to have a higher threshold for people.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
But
Thank you.
the officers that he's accused of harassing are also the ones who have gone to people's homes and harassed them simply because of the fact they messaged a Jen McCabe or Chris Albert or one of them on a social media app. And the cops have gone out there to like question them about why they're sending these messages.
It's also like the ones that work for the DA's office that's being investigated and doesn't want anyone to know about that. And like the people that were on Karen Reed's case, like he got fired. Michael Proctor got fired for his behavior in this case. This is not someone else and their trial saying he got fired for doing this to some other person, so he's a piece of shit, so anything he did over here is garbage. The Massachusetts State Police determined that he was garbage in this case. So I personally don't see how you move forward after that with all of that. But very long story short, This was supposed to be short, Teresa.
Oh, yeah. We're on a
is
really
that-
long elevator. It takes a long. We got stuck on the elevator.
It seems like all like the people that talk about conspiracy theories will suggest that it's all the Massachusetts State Police, the whole Canton Police Department, the whole every first responder, EMT, blah blah blah. And it's not that. It's still kind of large, but it's say a dozen people that are in different agencies that are all, I'm just going to say conspiring, I guess. It's not a bad word to use. I think it's true. And half of them surround the district attorney, who is the one charging Karen Reed. Exactly. Most prosecutors wouldn't have proceeded with this, especially after Proctor got fired. But Brennan's not a prosecutor.
No, ironically.
He's a defense attorney.
In New York.
He's yucky. I would never hire him to defend me ever.
No, I don't want anything to do with that little rat face.
Just thinking about what you see. The
Paragraphs, refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially. I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency.
Call them agents.
Yeah, they're agents.
In that 10-minute.
Surely the jury knows that that's what he's talking to about,
Yes,
right?
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
Not even her husband?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
right?
Come home. There's law enforcement outside my door. I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Miss Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
Why?
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's.
Miss McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted?
Yes.
But if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What'd they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes.
That was
Okay,
your-
but why? Unless
was
you
your
wanted to
intent.
know, you know what I mean?
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story.
No doubt.
Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if
Oh,
that's
she's panicking.
Mhm.
You have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason,
more than that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms.
But you made the FBI wait
There's
so you
nothing
could call
more
her.
than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up.
They're still outside. You said you needed 10 minutes to get ready. This isn't after everything is over. I called Carrie and was like, holy shit, the feds are just at my house. Did they come to your house too? Let's make a timeline.
Exactly. And no, Lacey, At that in April of 2023, like nothing had happened with the troopers yet, in the sense that the trial hadn't happened yet. They didn't have all these text messages that were like, they were being investigated. The feds were investigating the investigation, which included all the people there, I would assume, as suspects, like they should have been in the first place, so they could try to piece out what might have happened. So she told them she was going inside to get ready. Instead of getting ready, she calls her husband, which makes total sense, but then she calls Carrie, and she says she just wants to know if they had talked to Carrie already. Why would you want to know that other than to know what she said to them?
Right. That's what I'm saying. You just, if you
Otherwise,
didn't
it
care,
can wait.
you'd
But,
wait
like,
until everything was done.
Exactly.
You're gonna make the feds wait so you can contact Carrie to see if they showed up at her house for no reason.
Right. You wanted to know what she said to them. Otherwise, you would have just waited to call her after.
Luke.
We just give each other the heads up. Hey, somebody's coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's
Nope.
Oh, bullshit.
in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't
Story
have.
was your word.
In fact, what we were telling you was just the truth. There'd be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So
No, these are feds that are at your house, and you lied to them about who you were, and then you ran in your house and told them you needed 10 minutes to get ready, and you called your buddy Carrie Roberts. This is not the fucking ice cream truck, you dumbass.
you asked a question,
Not about an ice cream truck.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question.
Thank
Oh,
you.
Jesus, Bev, fuck off. His question wasn't argumentative.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that arc of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
Oh,
Yes or no?
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie, correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I
Okay, let
could
me ask it a different
explain, if
way.
I could explain,
Let me ask
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
Ooh.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents
Okay.
asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you.
Mhm.
Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At that, or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no.
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finish your answer.
I
Yes
had
or
said
no?
no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That's
non-responsive.
so. Next question.
Thank you. Mr.
Yeah.
McCabe,
You allowed that, Bev. That's what you wanted. You gave her the opportunity to sit there and say whatever the fuck she wanted. It's so fucking irritating to me.
after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Jackson, just ask her who else she contacted.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you, in fact, did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
May we approach?
Next, yes.
I'm not really sure why she can't testify. Why she can't testify to what she told Matt, though. What Matt told her, yes. Are you coming back, or what are you doing? There we go.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
A couple.
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie,
Mhm.
but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I
What?
contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know the
I
number?
know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
Oh,
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works
Miss-
for the district attorney's
Thank
office.
you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself.
I
correct?
knew it was Brian.
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
Good job, Bev.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. Correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers. Correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
Oh, you're
And
such
all
a
of a sudden, you
liar.
had an epiphany right after they walked out the door.
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further, Mr. Jones.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister. Yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us. Yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along,
Yes.
sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
well, that's a fair statement. I'm not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We got a high top table.
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar. We were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of. Yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other. I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another,
I
correct?
don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video,
Mhm.
it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mhm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
You're
I
playing
don't know.
rabbits.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see the
I
video.
saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands. For
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really,
Why make it a big deal? Just answer the question.
Fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as
seen the
play
video?
fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah,
Okay.
in the video.
So let's talk about Brian.
You remember that?
Higgins and Brian Albert.
And you can call that
Those
play
two,
fighting?
very large in stature, correct?
They're big guys, yeah.
Big boys.
Mhm.
A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't.
So then they could have actually been in a real fight. Since you don't know. They could have actually been knocked down, drag out, fighting each other.
Exactly.
Pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today.
Yes.
Okay.
At least she didn't say grab ass.
You, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins,
Somebody
Nicole,
needs to-
Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
Yes.
correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, why don't you come with me?
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And
Yeah, you looked weird.
there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which
You're just
I'm
standing
sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked.
What's on her wrist?
We were at the door to come with me.
I don't know. Let me see.
was in a conversation at
It
that.
better not be that justice for JJ. Oh, it might just be a hair tie. I was gonna say it better not be that the justice for JJ things, because they're not supposed to have any of that stuff in there.
Yeah, it just looks like some bangles.
Okay.
Maybe a tie one.
Out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they
Right.
were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you. Is that
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally,
Karen was driving. So
Exactly. And John said that if Mike left, he was relying on her for a ride. So why would he then drive?
that just doesn't make sense.
you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room. And they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures. So, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture.
Oh, she's so
Vaguely have a
confused.
faint memory of that.
Jesus.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, this is your copy. I'll take care of those next. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes. Sorry. 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor. Okay. What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? 3. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Can you use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house. Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
She sounds so surprised, like she hadn't been in that house 50,000 times. Oh yeah, there actually is one there. Huh, never noticed.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, you know, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles? Did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you can
No.
describe?
Not that I can recall.
No
Did
plow.
you have a snow plow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes,
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway. Is that right?
yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the drive. I mean, here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Literally at the end of the driveway.
You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. At any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
Why are they not letting her talk about her conversations with her husband all of a sudden?
I don't know. That's weird, right? Because they talked about this in the last trial.
Huh.
Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
What?
What? Why?
I don't
If
know.
in fact-
Or the report.
Well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door.
window?
Sorry.
Let's change it to front door.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yeah.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
Mhm.
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Correct?
No.
You were
But
both
Brian-
already at Brian's house.
Did
Why
I
didn't
asked him to come?
And he
Yes.
was in.
Right.
why didn't you just have him come there? Like, why did you ask Brian to come instead of you just staying where Brian is? Oh, because her kids were home alone. But like your husband could have went back home.
Right.
Just weird.
Inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house, yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, we were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the
Wait,
interview
stop.
before Trooper Proctor got to your house.
So, according to my timeline, 11:30 is when Proctor and Buchanan showed up at her house to interview her. At 11:30:21, she receives a call from Brian Albert for 1 minute and 31 seconds. Then apparently at 12:15, Proctor and Buchanan are interviewing Matt McCabe. And at 12:20, she calls Brian Albert for 7 minutes and 53 seconds.
While he's in the same house?
I reckon. And then when she hung up with him. So we'll say 12:28. And then at 12:49, she gets a call from Proctor for 1 minute and 9 seconds. And then she deletes, and then she hangs up with him. And 3 minutes later, she deletes the screenshot that she took hours earlier of Brian Albert's contact info.
Is Brian Albert, I wonder if Brian Albert's still in the house or if he's driving home.
Well, I don't see. It's almost like I don't see a call with her and Brian before that to have him come over. So it would appear as though at 12:20, no, I'm lying. At 11:30 is when she called him and told him to come over. So let's say he gets there at 11:40. And then they interview for 20 minutes till 12 o'clock. I guess he could have been on his way home.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. If he like left and she was like, "Oh, I should have told him this," and so she calls him or whatever.
Every time she talks to Brian Albert, she then talks to Trooper Proctor.
Mm.
All right, go ahead.
To interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
At the house.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Okay, next question.
This is the problem when you don't have witnesses sign these statements.
Right.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you
Why?
did speak to him that
Why?
morning at 34.
Why haven't you talked to Higgins? Well, that's interesting. Why is Higgins? So Higgins is outcasted?
I guess.
Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during
here's
that
where I am.
conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
Well, you
During
did
the
remember
time
stuff.
you folks were inside the house discussing this. There was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
Correct.
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened,
And you told
questions
them.
like that, and I absolutely told them. But
Okay.
it was no story.
Okay.
It was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me. Like
But nobody was separated.
Family members can be witnesses, you know. Are you muted?
Yeah, I was. Sorry. Yeah, nobody told them that they couldn't talk to each other because nobody gave a shit because nobody was bothering to look at them anyway.
But she took the long way around just to basically say, yes, I did tell them the things that happened the night before and the morning of.
Mm-hmm.
She takes issue with the word story, but she's the one that said story first.
She
long ago.
She caught herself though, and she was like, "Oh, it's not a story. The truth. It was the truth. It wasn't a story. It was the truth." Because she knows from the last time when she was like, "It's not a story. It's the truth."
Yeah.
And M's, yeah, and this is great. Wasn't she in shock and horror?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah, exactly. What constitutes a person getting a victim advocate? Like, why did she get a victim advocate? Because she was there when John was found?
I don't know. I don't think a lot of these people, if I was the one making the rules, they would not be.
They wouldn't
qualify.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not overly familiar with the victim advocacy programs in all the states. I don't know how they work or what causes people to be included or excluded, but
I don't know what your all's plan is, what you're going to do, but just don't forget here in an hour, I'll have to go to the bus stop for.
Okay. I'm waiting to hear back from my husband, so hopefully nope, that's Kaylee. All right, I'm play.
By law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody, well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
No.
You're not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking
How do you know?
Okay, I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house.
I was-
Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
This isn't
I was
about
with
you.
my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay.
That's the thing. You don't know because you're not the cop.
Exactly.
The cops investigating you should have told you to stay separate. This isn't about you, Jen. You think everything is about you. It's not. Shut it. Just answer the fucking question.
Mm-hmm.
We'll try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family who are witnesses
Nice
were
mead.
separated from each other by law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay.
What?
Not asking
Ma'am.
your determination.
God damn. She thinks that she's such a fucking know-it-all. I just want to shake her.
What makes her think that only her and Matt at that point were witnesses? Why would she think that?
Because she's trying to prove that why would Brian or anybody else be a witness to anything?
She's
Because
bizarre.
they didn't see Karen. They didn't find John. So they're not witnesses.
She just wants it to seem like it's not. Like, this just looks worse than just answering it and then saying, we didn't know that we had to be separated because no one told us.
That's it. That's all she has
Rather
to
than
say.
demanding that you didn't have to be separated. You don't know that.
Right. But she wants to fight it. And just, no, nobody separated us. It's not about you. You didn't do anything wrong by not separating yourself. You're not the cop. It goes back to the investigation, but she's so defiant that she's like, nope, I'm going to protect that whole side at every cost. I'll just sit here and argue with you for funsies.
Yep.
Of who the witnesses are.
Mhm.
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station. Is that right?
No,
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated
Children that were all teenagers.
the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when
Well,
he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
But he followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes,
You remember testifying at the grand jury?
yes, the one back in
April.
April.
I think,
Yes, yes,
2022.
yes.
That sounds
Yeah,
right.
it sounds about right. Yeah.
You remember being there in an anteroom with some other folks?
What's an anteroom?
An anteroom, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for your testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same anteroom?
yes,
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so. Yes,
So in answer to my question,
Mhm.
you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So
So
she
after.
testified, the answer is she testified after
Like that
the
day.
timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th,
Chloe.
2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a
No,
full-size German
It's a
Shepherd.
full size. Yeah.
It,
On the morning that you described
Yep.
going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so,
Mhm.
you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When you went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
It was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview. Yes.
And on the lawn of 34 Fairview,
Yes.
where first responders were responding, correct?
Yes.
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her,
Yes.
shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes,
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that
Yeah.
right?
yes,
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
yes,
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You've previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to start?
Something did.
Terrible had happened.
Yeah.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? There's something we need to talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay.
Just like how Karen was like, Jen.
Yeah.
No, but she was a crazy bitch. But you, on the other hand, you're just, trying to be, normal. And Brian didn't pull a gun on you. I just don't get it.
But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
None.
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog. A relative stranger walks in the front door,
All right, Jackson.
climbs a set of stairs. The house is completely dark. Walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking. Get up! Wake up! Brian, Nicole!
Bug out.
And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
Because it wasn't there.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
Brian Albert called her an it too.
Yeah, they all call her an it.
The reason
Well, they
you
got
don't
rid of
remember
her
the dog
anyway.
being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog.
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog.
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog.
no.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. It doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No,
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
no,
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
no.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you ever
dog.
heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Yeah.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog Was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs, is what I knew. So I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right.
Did you lay with the dog? Pet the dog?
Does she know what a dog is?
You know what I mean? Like my dog, so Apollo specifically, he was like, I mean, they're talking about 70 pounds and that it's a good sized dog. Like my Apollo was like 6 months old and 70 pounds. Like he was a huge dog and he would bark at strangers outside, but really they didn't know that it was just because he wanted to love on them. So like you would come over and he would drool all over you. He'd lay on the floor with you. You could do anything with him. I mean, Kinsley was a baby and she was like laying with him in the floor, in the pool, pouring water on him. And so like, you would know that was their dog for 7 years. You would have brought your children around the dog. You would know if it was good with people or not, because like my uncle had a dog who was literally a terrorist. I wouldn't let my kid anywhere near that dog because it would bite.
The issue with Chloe is that they she should know, because the 28th, they take the dog out and put the dog upstairs because the dog isn't good with strangers.
Right.
Like that was the whole saying of everybody, talking, was that this dog isn't good with strangers. Nobody coming from the bar was bringing their dog with them.
I'm just saying, you have 4 small children. The dog's been around for 7 years.
Right.
You know that it's not good with other dogs, so you can't bring your dog around. So was it good with people? Children. Was it good with your children? Did you bring your children around the dog? Did you let them pet her?
Right.
You called it, so I can't imagine you had much of a relationship with him or her.
Right. So the dog was rehomed according to the Alberts. Nobody could find the dog for the first trial, but apparently for this trial, they did find the dog and took impressions of her teeth. We don't even know if it's the same dog.
Yeah, funny story. All the way up to before the trial, Jennifer Coffendorfer was saying that Chloe was in Vermont, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, up until nobody had heard that Chloe was in Vermont from any official source. Well, then all of a sudden, Nicole Albert's on the stand at the first trial and says that Chloe's on a farm in Vermont. And Elizabeth Little was like, "Is she? Have you told anyone that?" And Nicole Albert was like, "We told Mr. Lally." And she was like, "Did you tell us?" And she was like, "No." So somehow the information
talks to Chris Albert.
Well, that's what we think.
I'm pretty sure.
There's also that email of her with the DA's office. So she could have got it from the DA's office directly. But I'm just saying, the whole Vermont story was going around for months. And then we get to trial, and that's the first time anybody officially heard anybody say anything about it, her being in Vermont. Or anywhere for that matter.
So the Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, Nicole is Jen's sister, they sold the house, which was their childhood home, or which was Brian Albert's childhood home. They sold the house, got rid of the dog, and he retired from the police department. So take that for what you want.
The dog and the house all within the first year of his death.
Uh-huh.
I feel like there was another thing, but I can't remember.
Is there one more? I just remember the retiring.
I feel like there is. The dog, the house. He got rid of his phone.
Oh, they replaced the flooring.
And the flooring, yep.
The flooring in the basement was replaced. Oh, and got rid of his phone. Both Brians got rid of their phones within a day of each other. Yep, they both get rid of their phones. Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's our next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house at 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
She's tired already.
Mm-hmm.
at some point, we've
Wait.
already talked a little bit about this.
Did I miss it? When they were talking about what she said to Proctor about where the location of the SUV was. And she says, we know that Proctor's report doesn't say that. Did
Right.
he ever show it to her? I can't remember. I missed
No,
it.
he didn't show it to her. They were trying to go over it, and there was some objection, and it was sustained.
Oh, and she told him to move on.
I don't remember exactly what was said though, but it was something about like she said that she said this or she didn't say this, and he was like, "What about Proctor's report or whatever?" But I don't think he never showed her anything.
Okay.
You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Anyway,
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right. hmm
Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 of the court's permission? Okay.
I mean, duh, AJ. Like nobody has just. I don't know anybody that has just an all glass front door, like with no door. Like you shut it and you can still see in it at all times.
And can you enhance that? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more
There's a
thing.
lot of windows.
Please show the
Yeah.
jurors where Brian and Nicole
Very
Albert's
reminds me of the
bedroom
Home Alone
window
house.
is in that photograph.
Sure, it's right there.
Yeah, that's a
Upper left
shitload of
window.
windows and none on the side of the house. That's weird.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
that was just to show where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's bedroom was, which is the top left in the front of the house. So that window's right there
Let me
facing.
get back on
Oh.
track. You indicated that
I guess they're not allowed to use that thing that they made. So, Lacey, no, at the first trial, there were all terrible photos, period. And none of them were like straight on front of the house that included the flagpole and the driveway. So the defense had put together a like rendering of it. I thought it was great for people to show like where everything was located. It was just a front on shot of the house. Maybe she's not allowing it this time. I'm not sure why they haven't used it. But no, there is no photo of just the very front, like a view straight on the front of the house.
No, there's a ton from the right. Well, the other part is
And
that
the other
most
side.
photos were all taken at a later time. So then they're like, that's not even doesn't even show accuracy. It was like a big old thing. And so they did. I think Microdots actually made that for them. No?
It looked very microdots. I'm not sure for sure, but
Yeah, I think it was.
all the other questions were all all the other pictures were all on an angle.
that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, I'm
The
sorry.
first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't.
I thought she
pay
looked out the
attention
front
to
door.
details of other cars. I just
So she
looked and
changed it
saw
from-
her car.
When you first,
She changed it from window to front door, I thought, and now it's back to window?
Yep.
Or did she change it from front door to window? I don't remember.
she-
She changed it, though, whatever one it was.
She changed it from window to front door. This trial, she said front door. Now she's saying window.
looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry,
12:23.
12:23. My mistake.
I thought she said it correlated with a text.
Again, I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, may I Can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there.
Oh, now she has peripheral vision?
All right. So the way that you're
Didn't have it
describing
on the way
this,
out,
and
though.
that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what?
No.
Car,
The-
truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out
Mhm.
the window, you saw Miss
Was Ryan Nagel's friend driving? Was he driving Ryan's truck?
Yes.
Okay.
Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house. Ms.
Yes.
McCabe. She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34 Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house, the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You
the
knew all
time.
this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened
I
outside
didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Objection.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you
So he might have.
not to coordinate with other witnesses,
Right.
this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, I mean, it would be. I think we can all understand that.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms.
Running
McCabe,
her
the
own
only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
That's what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
To make
Did
your
you ask for
timeline.
that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m. 12:23 a.m. Sounds right.
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm sure I did. May I, Aaron?
Okay.
Take a look at that transcript, that column. You can read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to
I'd
yourself.
like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council? Why don't you council come to side?
Is that the screenshot she's looking at?
Is the page available
I'm sorry,
before
just
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't
Okay.
really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
Is that's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection. has to
That
be-
was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing.
Yeah, Bev's doing a lot of trying to save her. It's not okay.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a
That-
memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but
That's
in
not
my
question.
memory.
That's not my question. I have to do it this way. Ms.
Okay,
McCabe.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
Sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
Withdrawn.
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's here.
Yes, something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Not a screenshot, a text.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, it was a screenshot of a text message
There you go.
from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, "I've arrived." In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, She talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going
Mhm.
to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this,
Mhm.
as you're looking out that storm door window,
hmm
going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep. Is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car,
Do
and
you
then I
remember-
went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep,
Mhm.
a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
I really hope he
But there's
uses
no
this,
question in your mind as you sit.
all this peripheral vision comments. I really hope he uses this when he goes to say, "How did you not see John in the yard?"
Well, I think she already tried to cover that because she puts on her coat and and tucks herself into herself and then runs to the car.
Yeah, but even like the last time that because then he's going to get into her saying that when she sent that last text or whatever at 12:45, she watched the SUV pull away. So you would only need to remember he talked about the alligator last time. He's like, so when you're looking out the door and you're looking at
Oh,
the
yeah.
SUV, you don't see his body laying in between you and the SUV.
Right.
So I hope he brings that up because that's not even peripheral vision. That's like your vision. That's your line of sight.
Yeah. That's right.
Here that Brian Higgins's Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Why didn't you look?
If the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that.
Mhm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck,
Mhm.
or SUV rather. So just behind that is the left. As you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV? correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay. And I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked and you saw Brian Nagel's truck. Then you saw Higgins' Jeep. Then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't.
Yeah, I am.
And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
But she also saw Higginson's Jeep right behind her.
Jurors, we'll take our lunch in the recess, and Ms. McCabe, you can follow out right behind the jurors, we'll stay up here 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Jurors, right this way.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Where's Paul?
Gone again, replaced by Carl. And that's Jen's sister right there
That's
next to Becky. Oh, he's in the back now?
Now, okay, now there's something going on. That's weird.
Is the lunch break over? Like, are we back from lunch right here?
Yeah, they're just
Okay.
coming into the courtroom. But I was looking for Paul and I couldn't find him, and then so I pulled it up at that spot, and then I found him. But that's
He's
That's
never
weird.
been back.
no.
Ms. Reed, thank you, Your Honor.
So, all right, we appreciate your patience. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text. Yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so. Yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrate report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have to run to the restroom. I'll be right back, so I won't be able to pause it.
Let me ask one foundational question
Okay.
before I give this to the witness. Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one felled swoop as you look at this document? So I don't
Sure.
have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Bev, shut the fuck up.
Can we help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring
times.
it to Ms.
Thank you.
McCabe?
Like, why does she keep interjecting herself? Shut the fuck up.
Thank you. This is just my mistake. This one was, yeah, I think that, I just think it's so much. I might turn to that. Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document, it's too dense. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early morning, that early morning of January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14, I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.?
I don't know if exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
He said he would help you, bitch.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, who's she looking at?
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
Oh, for crying out loud.
Why? What happened now?
He showed her the texts and it was like 5 texts. And she was like, I'm not going to have to remember the times of all of these, am I? And he said, no, I'll help you. And then he asked the question and says, did you text here at 12:27 a.m.? And she's like, I guess if it's on the paper. Now she's calling a sidebar.
She's so frustrating. She just likes to make everything so complicated.
She needs to shut the fuck up. She's interjecting way too much. More than last time.
Oh, really? Said not guilty? Bullshit. Well, I mean, not bullshit that he said not guilty, but it's bullshit that he's not guilty. That's a side one.
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12/14/27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone. Where to? At 12:27, all these are on January 29th, 2022 at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31:47 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40:31 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello.
Okay. So essentially, instead of sitting there having her argue back and forth about whether she knows the time or not, the Commonwealth and the defense have stipulated to just reading them onto the record instead of this back and forth because it would take the rest of the fucking day because she can't just be agreeable.
Yeah.
42.
Rewind up a second.
Okay.
Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone.
Why is it not?
Where are the letter U?
No, go back some.
I know it's not really. It's not going back.
Here, exclamation point.
Okay, leave it here.
Same date, 12:31:47 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40:31 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42:09. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45:53 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jen McCabe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Celebrate report.
Okay. All right, folks, so
Wait, the Celebrate report? Those things are garbage. Why would anybody agree to that?
told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front line. This is similar. So what you just heard,
She does.
both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Celebrate report.
She calls John in the morning. I don't know about texting him. I don't remember that. Sleuthie, do you remember text in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
She does text him too?
Yeah.
Starting at like 5:15 or something.
So, no.
No?
Karen Reed. So Jennifer McCabe, I have a text as the first thing, not a phone call.
Okay.
And the text is at 4:59:17. She says, please answer. And then 4:59:26, she calls him. And then at 4:59:49, she texts him, Karen is worried, we need to find you. And then 4:59:52, Matt calls John. And 5:04, Jen calls John again. She calls him a couple other times too, like 5:08, 5:09, 5:14. 5:16, she calls Karen and talks for a minute and a half. So those are all the times that she called and stuff before getting together with Karen.
Jeez. Please answer was before a phone call.
But that was just with the records that I have and what was in the trial from last. I don't know if she called,
We may not know it.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
Or she may have been warning him
indicated
before the
that
call.
Yeah.
like
please
she
answer.
might have been saying before the call, please answer. Like as like I'm about to call, please answer.
by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right.
Yeah, moved up.
You did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever.
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated in previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times. You are correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walk up, look at the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole.
The cable was still there.
Did pull behind me because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this: every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did. Yes.
Do you remember?
I'm not sure that I did. Sorry.
Do you remember a year ago testifying that?
Yeah, that's what you said.
Every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something.
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct. That you testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, here the fuck we go. Show it to her. She definitely said that shit. But she knows that that can't be true because if she's saying that at 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, the car was still out front, then
Yes.
it's not true because Kara was already home.
And just read that to yourself. Let me know when you're finished.
You don't remember it, but you just reviewed your testimony days ago.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down. Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Did
I
you
don't
testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times.
So
I
you lied
apologize.
then or now?
Well,
Which
do you
one's
think
it?
this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory. It was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly,
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it.
Wow.
Saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with
So you went up 3 times.
with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
and
You're
then,
lying, bitch.
and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw,
Mhm.
that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare
What?
your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a
Sometimes,
little with time?
well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of it
Sure.
and what
Oh
I
my God.
experienced and went
Trauma.
through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than
What?
I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
No.
Look at her. She's being very calm and,
Yeah.
and nice about it. So I can't stand her, but I think that the jury's going to be like, yeah, she just doesn't remember. No big deal.
But she doesn't
"Here,
need to
you're a
remember.
fucking
She's-
liar."
Yeah, she doesn't need to remember it now. So like if you say that let's say she said last year that Karen said I hit him, and then this year she says I don't remember her saying that as I sit
Mhm.
here today. Like they're not, she is specifically, she said 3 times, right? She remembers looking, it was in one spot. She looked again, it was in another spot. She looked again, it was further down in another spot. So conveniently, that would mean that 12:31:47 pull behind me. Like it can't go any later than that because Karen was already home because the next text was at 12:40 and then they get later than that. She knows this now. So she's
Right.
purposely trying to get rid of the idea of her looking and seeing the car out front because now she knows it wasn't. That's bullshit.
Because I can only tell you that I looked at 2 times and I saw the car here, here, and here. That means you looked 3 times. So why are you saying you only looked twice?
Because she can only what's the word that I'm looking for? Like she can only acknowledge these 2 texts that happen at 12:27 and 12:31 because literally the next one, Karen is not there. So she could say she saw the car in 3 spots, but she's only corroborating it with 2 texts because her third text, Karen's already at home. She's got that in her head, is that she knows that Karen got home at 12:36. She knows that now. So she can't be sending John a text saying hello at 12:40 while she sees a car out front. Because if she did see a car out front, it wasn't Karen's. And she knows that. This shouldn't be allowed to happen.
Maybe. You're probably right, Nenya. I don't know. I'm so curious what the jury's going to think of this.
There's no way the FBI interaction doesn't look shady. Like, you didn't forget one person. You forgot 3. And, like, one of them happens to be
Brian
the
Albert.
mother of the victim and also the DA's office. You know what I mean? And when he said, you called the DA's office, she was like, the witness advocate. And it's like, oh, so you do remember. You remember now who you called 2 years ago? She knew. She lied to them.
She purposely lied to them, but she can't say that because then she'll get in trouble.
I guarantee you all of that is what
anything.
I guarantee you all of that is what that long break was about.
Was her being a liar?
Like when they took that long break out of nowhere, I think that Bev had a feeling that they were like heading in that direction. That's probably what the Zoom call was about the night before.
Is what they can and can't say, what she can and what she can't bring up on the stand.
Well, who knows if the this, we didn't know anything about this from the defense, and this happened in April of 2023. So I'm not wondering if they only just found out, whether it be from the DOJ or whoever. They surely would have brought this up last trial.
The trauma.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's one.
When I texted here, yes.
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
No, he's wrong.
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
Yeah. And that was at 12:27.
When you went the second time.
We'll pause it real quick just because you have to leave here in a couple of minutes to go to the bus stop. When do you normally come back? I have to leave at 1:15.
Help me figure what it.
At 4:15 your time.
Oh, we should be back by then. It's only some days that he runs over long enough, but usually he could be there anytime from 4:03 to 4:30, but like it's rare that he's late.
Okay, we'll switch when you get back then, and then I'll leave.
Okay.
Okay.
And by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yeah, third time.
Now, where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole?
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
Because she knew that
Joe
Joe was home. What a lying bitch.
She can't say that though.
Unbelievable.
You texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You've indicated that was, you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Did you say it previously?
Did you say it ever?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
Yeah, ma'am.
That was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Oh,
She testified.
God.
she's vile. Okay, go on the bus stop.
Okay. Yeah, you said it, ma'am. You said it.
To that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the,
Did you testify to that a year ago?
to what? That when I went to the door. Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
At some point, did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes,
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. The highlighted portion,
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe? Yeah.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay,
I never gave a time.
all right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well, that's
time?
the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about
Okay.
that. That's been stipulated to. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is, you said I saw it and I sent a text, or 2. I know I just said 1 here.
Okay. Then you saw it a second time
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Okay. Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you and in front of the house, or toward the flagpole or beyond the flagpole 4 times, correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question.
Oh my God, she's not answering the question, Bev.
Go ahead.
What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the flagpole and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right. But according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum.
It's like, I don't know. Do you have that like somewhere where I can see that math? Because I'm not sure I can just, take your word for it. I'm going to need to see how 3 plus 1 actually equals 4. I'm going to need you to prove that to me.
Of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early in
Correct.
the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me. Yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth to the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street. Correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah. Across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay. And that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes. Over to the left. Yes.
And you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, with this. Yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left. If I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second for perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's where you saw the tire track.
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave. Yeah. I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. It was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been in that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat. Yeah.
Can we take a look? May I approach you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you take a look at that
Sure.
photograph for a quick second? Tell me if you recognize it.
I do. Yes.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Wish to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to read it as,
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right.
It's a chalk at this point.
Okay.
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you.
Oh, that one's pretty head on. Way later. Way
What's
different
depicted in
time.
that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes,
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes,
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes,
And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather, the
right.
shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me put that down, Mr. Wall.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Mighty fine
No,
railhead.
I would ask them to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I won't object.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No,
He was not standing or sitting.
not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes,
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of,
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking for tire tracks, when you saw the SUV standing or sitting right in front of you, you saw that through your peripheral vision, you know, the tire track.
yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very dark.
I didn't ask you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You know
sorry.
the tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I
There
did.
was something that stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out. There they are.
Yes, absolutely. Hmm.
All right, I'm here.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
no.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct?
I was look-
Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those. Yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall. Yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found
What
him
timestamp are you
the
on?
next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground. No.
correct.
Oh, she left.
Third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard. You were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes,
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not. No,
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
no,
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the
All right, bear with me. 'Cause I'm not sure where we were.
Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right? The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
Is this a good spot? If it feels, it's from what I heard as I popped back in, it sounds like we're basically where we were.
All right, you got it. I'm going to take mine down.
Yeah. What time do you still have it open?
Yeah, I have negative 1 hour and 21 and a half minutes.
Of course, because they ended. So, like mine says, just listen and tell me if this sounds like where we just were.
I don't know. I walked away,
Not
so I don't
standing
know.
or sitting.
Oh,
Hold on.
you said you didn't see her in the yard. I mean, it looks. Oh wait, I'm looking at mine on there.
Hold on. You know, I know you didn't send out a search party, is what he just said.
Not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time, flagpole, correct? And the SUV. You already described that to you, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking for tire tracks, when you saw the SUV sitting right in front of you, you saw that through your peripheral vision, you know, the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very dark.
I didn't ask you what line.
Okay, I'll be back. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something that stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out. There they are.
Yes, absolutely. Hmm.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
no.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct?
I was look-
Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Miss McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those. Yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall. Yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him
Shut up.
prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground. No.
correct?
Because he wasn't there.
The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle.
I did not. No.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
No.
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Miss McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so. The last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction, not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't see that search party. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV? around 12:45 a.m.
Yes,
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct. Yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No,
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
no,
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
no, no, I did not.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering, at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon. Big-
Four-door,
yeah, big-
extended seating?
Yes,
When the SUV pulled out of the drive, it was in the driveway?
yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on. Yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
So the answer is no.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
And according to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out. Yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that? Or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side.
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Miss Roberts ran over to assist Miss Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
Yeah, so
I
why
wouldn't
would
say
you
that
drive home?
extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Miss Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but
Well, you just
It was
testified to
on-
it yesterday. You remember
Yeah.
saying, I did get very close to them.
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that.
Okay.
Yes. hmm
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Miss Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Yeah.
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm not sure. I know
Next question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Ms. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year under oath, sitting on that witness stand? I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question.
You don't want to see it because you know that's not what it says.
Asking how you testified a year ago, ma'am.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car, we were there.
Words matter. It matters
Answer
a
the
lot.
question.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments.
Well, tell her to shut up and answer the question.
Okay, tell you to answer his question.
Okay.
Do you remember exactly how it is that you testified last year?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Ms. Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object. And
Why don't I see it sidebar? Why don't you bring it to Mr. Jackson, please? All right, now you can go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt. And then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Ms. Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions. You could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get, quote unquote, very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic, Mr. Jackson.
Yesterday, you testified that it was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get, quote unquote, very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You could see that clearly, all the way from the car, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No,
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen a body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe.
Okay.
can you repeat the question, please?
Not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year over last year?
Yes.
Suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car.
I'm not.
That's what you're trying to do.
I'm not trying to improve my testimony. No.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Miss Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did. Yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily
Correct.
forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
As a matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did. Yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You're not answering my question. Would you overlook that?
No.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No,
Or
I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
Take your time.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
You reviewed it before, haven't you?
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the
Was it-
jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact, in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than a dozen times, 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34th Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
For court and counsel lines 10 and 11.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You recounted what Ms. Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Did, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Ms. Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Just wanted to verify a page number, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mr. Brennan the page number?
I will, with each one.
I can't wait to never see her face again.
If you turn to page 192. Line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
What are we talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
Why, Hank?
I don't want to have to see it sidebar. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
Your Honor, everyone,
The answer
I can make an offer of proof at sidebar if you wish.
Okay, why don't you come
Seriously, like, are you not paying attention,
bring it
Beth? I mean, how annoying.
May I first witness?
Yes. Do you have an extra copy for yourself,
I have
Mr.
notes.
Jackson?
I have
Okay.
notes.
Thank you.
I think my notes was fine. On page 192, line 4, for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
Yeah, she did look over for him to say something. And then he stood up and suddenly said foundation. Like trying to come up with an objection. And he's not supposed to be saying the reason for the objection. That was literally what she refused to allow anyone to do.
192.
192, line 4.
Yes, that was a comment you made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2. This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
She does have a
And the
neck.
phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23. In the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows,
Yes.
and you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her tail light.
Page 201, lines 23 and 24. This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2. Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
I'm sorry, what lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25. Let me know when you've
I've read them. Thank
reviewed
you.
those. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
That it doesn't say I hit him.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today, correct?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, the police officers.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Ms. McCabe, your full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point I'm standing with Miss Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty nonstop, pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
That was probably closest to the truth.
Not one time. Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase
I want to go back and see what the date was.
2022.
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Not one time. Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022. Did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
Oh my
As
God.
you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
She's sick. She keeps looking at the grand jury, or she keeps looking at the jury, then over at whoever. She's a liar.
You spoke with Trooper Proctor just the same day, right? January 29th.
Yes.
Didn't tell him that.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation.
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact, at some point.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what. You never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
didn't. No.
You just leave that out of his report?
Yeah.
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You have read his report, right?
I have seen it before, yes.
Did you ever ask him to correct it?
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
You looked at that report for another particular this morning. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe.
So again, jurors disregard the comments. So it's
Fuck you,
question
Beverly.
answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report?
Nope.
Objection.
System.
What's with the darty eyes all over the place, man? You look insane.
Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yes, I told him.
Yeah, okay.
He was taking notes at the time.
He was taking notes, correct?
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming
He asked, in case you couldn't hear, he said, did those notes end up being formalized in a written report?
Report that you're holding.
I object.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past,
Yes, in the past.
and you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase "I hear him" show up anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Help me, Hank. Help me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to approach the witness. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm being vague. I was just grabbing the report back. Sorry.
Who are you looking at? Who is she looking
I
at?
have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Who is she looking at?
I want to draw your attention to the very early morning hours of January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
Objection.
Sustained.
She didn't say, she said
You've
he
been
didn't come
asked
home.
who you
So she obviously already looked for him. What do you mean?
communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do actually.
Okay. In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
Well, I'm glad we're bringing her up because her
That was
report
around
wasn't
3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so. Yes. If
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
Remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at that, a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
God. She's insufferable. Yeah, she may be looking at her sister.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So jurors, why don't you stand up and stretch, okay? You can too, Ms. McCabe, if you want to.
Thanks.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Jackson, do you want a 5-minute recess? Sure. We're still going to stop at 4, so really 5 minutes, folks. We'll have you go back and come back.
Huh. Does 5 minutes ever really mean 5 minutes for Beverly?
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to the morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way. They were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends
Right.
and family. So yeah, no.
Everybody was free. All the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew, was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you'd known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number. He had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number,
Yes, she did.
and Julie is Chris's wife.
Yes.
She was at the location.
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning,
Yes.
as was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank. Is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
Okay, but someone
So
did.
as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yes.
others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
So you were, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone.
And guess what? It was not. I hit him.
And you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
He was the first responder on a death of a police officer case that was just hours old. So he had to be busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Assisting.
Did he come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I
And
would
that was
say.
at your request?
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what.
Yeah, couldn't say it on the phone.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, just tell me what it is over the phone. He literally said, okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard.
Blizzard.
Still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard back over to 34 Fairview, get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me, correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called
Did
him
he
and
fly
then he
there,
came.
Jennifer?
He didn't
That's,
walk over. I mean, he came over in his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Right. So he had to get in his car, drive over a blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the blizzard, go in the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have, correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, right?
Correct.
But when he wrote this report, you said, she said,
Uh-huh.
I hope I didn't hit him.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
I don't have his report in front of me.
So now Proctor and Lank ignored her saying, I hit him, and wrote something entirely different. According to her, but she's a liar.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You are not
You
welcome.
turn to the orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted
Okay.
part.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. In fact, what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, you just read, something to the effect of, I
Sustained.
hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
Why?
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Is that report right?
Your Honor.
Sustained.
What?
Come on, Mr. Jackson.
What?
I hope I didn't hit him, or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Sounds an awful lot like, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did you agree with that?
It does sound similar, yeah.
I swear.
You testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight, her taillight was cracked, and she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
In the first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Here comes another one that
Differently, Mr. Jackson.
this is going to be another one who also didn't write down that she said it, I'm sure.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, what is all this? Like, I don't understand why he can't ask. These are all questions he asked the first time. He's not allowed to ask if she was interviewed by somebody. Like, what is happening?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. While you were at the scene, after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter, the initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he's a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town.
I'm going to have to go back and look and see look through my notes. I almost want to say they like went to school together.
But I didn't know him.
Okay. Friendly, but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. you actually told Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she
What?
didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
This is
Next
infuriating.
question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there.
So let me get this straight. You can just say whatever you want in all these interviews that you've had. If at trial you say, I don't remember anything that I said. I don't remember any conversation we had. I do not remember anything he asked me. I don't remember any answers I gave. And that's just okay. And then you can say, you can answer them however you want to now.
Right.
And like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no.
in-depth conversations.
yes or no.
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall? That is a
She never
yes or no
answered.
question. Do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't.
We
I
tell
said
you.
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall.
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls
At the scene,
at the scene?
again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question? Did you understand the last question I asked you?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney,
Correct.
again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember.
I
Correct?
don't remember.
But you remember
specifics.
every single thing Karen supposedly said and did, right?
No, sorry.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home. correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I
Karen.
speaking
The
to at this
initial
point?
phone calls that
Mhm.
you had with Miss Reed,
Yes.
you never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him in either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank
She said she did.
when it was the clear light of day. You had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation, but according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock, whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory is getting better even as we sit here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit
You
him.
never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand
Travis, were you here earlier for the coming to talk to her?
jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jury.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I
And
hit
in
him,
fact,
I hit
Mr.
him.
McCabe, you were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at
What
the
was the
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end the. Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said
Okay,
she
jurors,
said
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
She was talking to you.
that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right. So folks.
Oh my
We
God.
are done for today.
So it'll continue tomorrow.
Remember, tomorrow is the day that we're not in session.
Oh,
So we will see you Friday. Friday is a full day. And I have to give you those cautions. You can stay and file out after the jurors misbehave. Please do not discuss this case to the case. Let us know once.
so there's no court tomorrow? That's annoying. No, the jury's not sequestered. What's frustrating is she wasn't allowed. Oh. What about now? What is the reason for no court tomorrow? Like, other than just wasting an entire day? Oh, I was saying what's frustrating is that she wasn't allowing him. I mean, maybe it's because Lally didn't object, I guess, at the last trial, but he was asking questions almost verbatim to what he asked last trial. And she wasn't letting him ask. It's just really annoying. It just seemed like a way to get out of being confronted with anything you said before is by saying, I don't remember what I said, but I know what I heard that day, like as an example. And Bev, like him asking a question and her going off, Jen going off on whatever rant she's going off on, and him basically trying to say, like, can she answer my question? And Bev allowing her to just say whatever she wants. I don't understand it. Law day. I've never heard of such a thing. Apparently, in Turtle Boy's hearing, Bub, can you turn that down a fuzz, please? Ryan. you turn it down a little bit, please? I guess Tully testified and says, judge asks, oh, maybe not. It says, judge asks who Tully is, and Cosgrove says he is a trooper in the Karen Reed case and that he did the search of Kearney's devices, or Carney's, Aiden Carney? Cosgrove says that Tully was in a car accident. Cosgrove said that he had to put this together at the last minute and that he doesn't have the orders in front of him. But as he understands it, on March 5th of this year, the court ordered Aiden to have no contact, direct or indirect, with any of the victims in the case. After the visit to D&E, there were further orders. Cosgrove is reading them. Cosgrove says that what we have today is the most extreme, most recent example of Aiden's latest hits. Mocking Liz Proctor online regarding oral sex. Bradel objects, but judge says it's history and he will allow it. Cosgrove says Aiden's podcasts have made it difficult for people to go out in public. He says Aiden wanted the statements about Tully to get back to Tully and his wife, and that it would excite followers to do more of the same. Judge is asking for more info on a message Tully got from someone. It was then entered into evidence. Judge wants to know the relation between the message and that it is a result of Aiden's broadcast. Cosgrove says he doesn't know if the person behind the letter that they are going to go out and assist in a car accident against Tully. This is kind of hard to follow, to be honest. I get where he's going with that, but he's having a hard time forming the thought. Tim from Canton TV just joined us. Karen's trial is over for today, but they did not finish with Jen. He said Jackson said he will need another 1.5 to 2 hours with her. And then I guess Cosgrove rests. Judge is asking Bradel right out of the chute, tell me how I am supposed to interpret the revenge word he used. Aiden is calling Bradel over to tell him how he meant the word. My client is allowed to have hopes and wishes that we don't agree with. This is protected speech, Your Honor. He is not contacting a witness. He is talking about someone who has destroyed his life. This is First Amendment protected speech. You don't like it, I don't care. He is not contacting Tully. He is a reporter doing his job. I don't want to come in here anymore and say, oh, geez, this is a close call. It's not. This cannot happen over and over and over again. We don't have to like the viewpoint, but we have to defend his right to say it. Judge, in this context, revenge means karma. He's not saying that Aiden is going to get revenge on Tully. He's saying karma is a bitch. The only things he can't say are true threats and fighting words. I ask that you deny this and issue a ruling about this. Are they going to talk about the affidavit? That's what I want to know. Oh, for clarification, there will be no bail revocation today. It's being taken under advisement. But what about the affidavit? The new judge today for him was Judge Doolin.
There was no way it was Doolin.
Yeah, it says Doolin. It's the judge that was here the last time, the one that said Aiden was a satirist or satir. I don't know.
Yeah, however you say
satire. I'm trying to see if they said anything about. Oh, Attorney Mello is on the Zoom call, sounding robust. But where did they not talk about the...
I didn't see anything about the affidavit at all, but I was only in and out sporadic, so.
Judge is giving Bradel 10 days to turn over the passwords to the devices. We are moving on to the motion to compel. Bradel's up first. Bradel, we have gotten some screenshots of some text messages. We don't have the metadata. Bradel wants the digital text messages that show the entire time and must be given to the defense.
Was Aiden's not streamed today?
It says Cosgrove wants to start with the affidavit that has been entered in support of the motion. Cosgrove objects to the affidavit. This is a quote, this affidavit largely reports hearsay. Cosgrove says some of the statements are outlandish and preposterous. Cosgrove is referencing item 6 in the affidavit where Kate Peter met with the prosecutor for lunch and he told Kate he knew who a juror was. Cosgrove said the prosecutor would be stupid to turn that information over to a known YouTube blogger. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, sir. It would be stupid, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Cosgrove said he has never heard from Kate Peter. Cosgrove just said the name of the witness who wrote the affidavit out loud in open court. This is an impounded name. Cosgrove wants to talk about Couchgate. I find it surreal that Jen McCabe, oh, that's her thing. Bradel is chomping at the bit. Cosgrove says that the purpose of this affidavit is to make Jennifer McCabe look bad. Like what? He stated that he doesn't think that it is a coincidence that Jen McCabe is testifying next door during this time. Judge calls for a sidebar. Bradel's up, lots to respond. Ms. Peter has been under oath where she has said she is cooperating with the Commonwealth. She has stated in online that she is working with the Commonwealth. Bradel said a person came to them on April 21st and they did what an attorney would normally do, memorialized it, prepped an affidavit, and had the witness sign it. It was entered for Kearney and not McCabe. We want all the information regarding Kate Peter. If all of this is true, that the CW is paying Kate Peter to intimidate witnesses in the Karen Reed and Aiden's case, judge says that this needs to be handled separately. And then they moved on to the thing to revoke his bail. Like, this is just so... petty and weird. Are you talking? If you are, you're muted.
No, I was looking to see if I could find Aiden's hearing today.
It might be on that Canton TV one.
Let me see. Well, Young Jerks has it, so.
Oh.
I'm just looking to see.
Aiden hasn't posted anything at all.
It looks like he's live.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's driving home from court. I'll share it.
Jesus tells me revenge. Revenge.
Ah.
Should be getting it too. All right, looks like we're live. Okay, so I just got a notification that I'm live. You guys should be getting it too. All right.
No, they did not revoke his bond. They took it under advisement, so he's still free. He's driving home.
Bob and the glare weren't muted.
You got to be kidding me.
Uh-oh.
Wasn't Bob streaming Karen Reed?
He must have switched over. Or he was probably doing it in real time.
Yeah, but Karen Reed, but Karen Reed was still in court when Turtle Boy was in court.
Yeah, but he might have put that on pause to go watch that.
No, I don't know. Okay.
Good afternoon.
I hear what he has to say.
What's happening? I'm still here. Still here. All right, guys. Emergency press conference, impromptu press conference, impromptu live. Just a special announcement here. I'm on my way back from court finally. Longest fucking day. Yeah. So anyway, if you guys missed it, so I had my hearing today. I missed the entire day of Jen McCabe. I have to rewatch the whole thing. I missed it all. Okay. Because I found out at like noon that they filed the Cosgrove filed a motion to revoke my bail. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And it's over comments that I made about Brian Tully. Like wishing, like hoping, and it's just like, I talked about the other night show. I'm not even going to repeat it. But, so he filed a motion to revoke my bail. So this is the fourth time now they have tried to revoke my bail since I've been arrested. It happened on last Christmas when they did revoke it, and then March 18th of last year, or no, March 14th with the fake victim again and violating the restraining order, with the, what else, March 14th, then again on last month with the window intimidation, and now and comments about Lizzie Proctor or some shit, and now this. Okay, so it was like comments about Tully. So this was not contact Tully. I didn't do anything, nothing. I just said things that I hope, like, wouldn't mind happening. Okay, that's all. And they obviously took those. Like Cosgrove took those, and you can read his motion. He said that is violate, that I'm contacting Tully, that's indirect contact or something like that.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Because Tully would probably see it, he said. That's me trying to intimidate Brian Tully, another cop, intimidate him by talking about things that I hope would happen. Not that I want, that I'm going to do or anything, no threats, nothing. There's no contact, but simply saying things on the internet. And because Brian Tully could possibly hear those things and then become emotionally upset about it, that's witness intimidation, they're saying. I've been charged with witness intimidation for it. They claim there's probable cause for it, which why haven't you applied for a probable cause hearing yet? If that's the case, it's absolutely insane. So, you know, I had that today. And so when you have, like, I was under the impression we were going to go in there talking about the affidavit, about Krusty and getting paid with CI, and I thought we were going to talk about, you know, other things, and we did. But, you know, like when you find out they file a motion to revoke your bail, you can't think about anything else. You're like, that's my freedom. Like, my son's waiting for me at home. I'm late. Like, he, you know, my daughter's in cheering in Orlando. Her mother's there too. And I'm like, what? He's with the babysitter right now. Like, what am I? Got him off the bus. And I'm like, what happens if I go to jail? What is he going to go in DS? Like what? I don't even want to think about it. So, you know, I fucking hate the 146 exit off of I-90. It's insane how they set this shit up. There's no reason it gets off at a stoplight.
What, honey?
I said that's ADD. So now we're talking about the exit. Can we get back to what we were talking about?
It's only exit off the Pike. It's a stoplight, and
think he definitely has some ADD going. He goes all over the place. I was watching him yesterday, and I was like, dude, you aren't even on the same topic. And I'm like, I feel like I go all over the place. He's all over the place. But I just don't get why why do they care if he says something about Tully online? Like, and it's not like, hey, Tully, I'm coming to fuck you up and you're going to be dead soon because I'm going to be there. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy to me.
It's just a line, like a mile long. Getting out, like it's not like a ramp that just goes right onto 146. You got to go through a stoplight. But yeah, and then going to Pike at this time of day is just horrible. So I heard there's no court tomorrow. Honestly, good, because I haven't watched any of. I watched like a couple minutes of Jennifer McCabe today. I got to catch up, so I can't even. So long story short, I'm here to tell you, I'm not doing a show tonight because I don't even know what to talk about because I haven't watched any of the testimony yet. And honestly, it just, to be honest with you, it just scared me. Like it was like I was so nervous. I was not myself.
Well, that's what
I'm sick of this feeling. I'm sick of having this feeling. I'm not a criminal. I'm sick of being treated like one. I make jokes. I'm outlandish. I'm outrageous. All that stuff, right? I fully believe in Karen Reed's innocence. I believe Jennifer McCabe and company murdered John O'Keefe and covered it up after the fact. I believe all that shit. Okay, I say it. I stopped protesting. That wasn't enough for them. And Cosgrove made it very clear today when he's like, he's just going to keep doing it. He's just going to keep going on his show and doing it. It's like, and that summed it all up right there. He's like, oh, I can't shut him up. Like, he's just going to keep talking. And he's made it very clear. Like, they're just going to keep, he doesn't watch my show, but people send him shit. So they're just going to keep sending him clips of my show, no matter what I say, right? You're allowed to hope bad things happen to people. You're allowed to do that. It's not against any law. It's not a threat, right? It's like to say that, and it's like, but that look what almost happened today. So I did not get my bail revoked. However, the judge said I was skating on thin ice, and this is the judge who was taking my motion to dismiss under advisement, who I thought was cool, and he at least he told us today that he'd have the motion to dismiss decided within 10 to 14 days. So at least we got that. I don't know if he just forgot about it or what, but 10 to 14 days, he's going to decide on the motion to dismiss. And I'm praying he dismisses it because it's just being out on bail. This is the fourth time now they have tried to revoke my bail. And every time it is just gut-wrenching. It's gut-wrenching. There's no other way to describe it. It's like it's my son's first communion is in 3 days. I got to be there. My daughter's birthday is in 5 days. Like, I can't be in jail for that. Are you kidding me? So
I'm sorry, but that's the point. That's what they are trying to do. They're trying to make it so that you, or not you, but he is so, I don't know if scared is the right word, but scared to miss all these things with his family that he shuts the fuck up. Otherwise, if he's not going to shut the fuck up, put him in jail until Karen Reed's case is over so they don't have to deal with him. So.
Just can't. And it's beautiful weather out. The trial's going on. Can't go to jail.
He's just an independent journalist. Independent journalist who covers Karen Reed's case, and took to the streets to do his own version of investigative journalism and created a blog and a YouTube channel and just dug deep, got a bunch of sources, got a bunch of info, brought the case to mainstream media to make it as popular as it is. And they want to shut him down. I
would have been to jail for it. Would have missed the Celtics. I would have missed everything. So I can't do it. And so it's like, I risk, it's a sad wake-up call. Like, every time I speak, every time I do a live, I'm putting my freedom at risk. That's the truth of it all. Every time I go on the internet and say a word, there are not an army, but like a small group of people who are, I showed you the email of that person from the Midwest turtleboyexposed@gmail.com, whoever they are, you know, they just clip everything I say and send it to Cosgrove. And he's made it very clear, I'm just going to keep doing this. It's like, yeah, you could. And you have been. It's like the other thing I said, they brought up is like talking about how Liz Proctor sucked cop dick or something like that. It's like, you're allowed to say that. You're allowed to be filthy and disgusting and rude. You're allowed to be all of those things. It's a free country. Brado was awesome today. He had an impassioned speech. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but he had an impassioned speech in defense of the First Amendment today. And just, he's so sick of this shit too. We're just so sick of this shit. Like, needs to end. Needs to end. This idea that he's like outrageous. He says outrageous. A lot of people say outrageous things, right? I'm the only one that ever gets charged with witness intimidation. I mean, jail, dude, jail. You're fucking kidding me. But luckily, he took the motion.
I think he's done. He's just saying the same things over and over again. Essentially, that what we just talked about. They want to lock him up and throw away the key. And he obviously wants to maintain his right to free speech and also the safety of knowing that he's going to be able to come home to his kids. Is a fake baby that a woman claimed was in her womb, with a turtle boy being the baby daddy, but it was her hoax on him. Oh gosh, I don't remember that lady's name. I know who you're talking about. I don't remember her name though. I didn't know that baby had a name, or that she'd given the baby a name. I don't know. It's a lot of drama. It's a lot of side drama when the case is actually, you know, supposed to be about Karen Reed. So I guess let's talk about tomorrow. What do we want to do tomorrow? Hi, Dom. Do we want to take the day off? Do we want to come on and stream some old testimony from the first trial? Do we want to come on and do timeline stuff about Karen Reed? What are your thoughts?
I know people were asking about Jen's old trial testimony. Like, I see ATS said stream old. I mean, we could do Jen's.
That's what I was thinking.
We could probably fit, like, she is over 3 days, but it's like 2 half days and a full day. Like, and we can skip through a bunch of stuff. So,
right.
And we already know what she says. So
we could stream Colin. I mean, I guess we could probably throw Colin in for when we have like a half a day, because I know she's got a few of those.
Or Proctor.
Or a Proctor. Yeah, we could just do a stream old Jen testimony from last year.
Give them like on your page or whatever.
You want
to give them like a thing, like if they want to watch Jen or Proctor.
Okay.
Because they're both kind of long. Or we could just do both of their cross-examine, like whatever everybody thinks.
Proctor Trooper. All right, let's do a poll. Start a poll. Tomorrow. If my keyboard would work, we should. All right, there you go. So tomorrow we should stream the 2024 Jen McCabe, stream the 2024 Colin Albert, stream the 2024 Trooper Proctor, or go through the timeline. Are they going to call? He's on the witness list.
There's no way they don't.
The defense will call him if they don't call him. I can't imagine that they won't call him though.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
But for anybody that's new, you would then be able to understand why he was fired, which takes a lot, but he
Sure.
deserved it.
And just FYI, just because we're only picking one for tomorrow doesn't mean that these other half days and weird shit that Bev likes to do, we can't do the other stuff. Like we could always do the other things. So it's
Yeah,
not like
I wouldn't take any notes. Like say tomorrow we watch Jen's cross from last time, because you don't want to get confused of what she said last time versus this time.
what he's saying now.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the majority of people are talking about Jen's. So timeline and recap is what Travis says. Majority of people are asking for Jen's. Next in line is the timeline.
Oh, I know how we can tell exactly how long it is, because
Child Network. Trial
Yeah.
Channel. So do you guys think it would be confusing to go through Jen's from last year while she's in the middle of testimony this year?
If we could have prepared better. So that means Alan has 2 days, a full day to figure out what he's going to do with her Friday.
Well, yeah, and that's why he was also like, I'm sorry, Judge, I can't end it like that. That's not going to work.
Yeah, but and then she's like, jury, remember comments about blah, blah, blah. It's like he was talking to you, man. Like, all right, that's Karen Reed 2.0. This is 1.0. Ugh. Shut up.
Can you tell the jury why you were fired, Mr. Proctor? Former Trooper Proctor.
All right. Jen. Okay, so
Jen!
her direct is a little over 2 hours, but her cross
is the big one.
Yeah, there are 2 hours and 46 minutes and 1 hour and 20 minutes. So basically 4 hours total.
This is my superpower, Mommy.
That's it?
I can transform into a baby.
Oh my God, you're ridiculous.
4 hours total for just direct and cross, not redirect and recross?
I am a baby.
There's one that is Jen McCabe cross for 2 hours, 46 minutes. And then Jen cross continued and redirect. And that one is 1 hour and 20 minutes. Oh, the redirect takes a little bit more. The recross is only 10 minutes long.
Okay, so total then for what was redirect? An hour?
Yeah.
So 5 hours and 15 minutes or so?
No. Like minus, if we don't do redirect.
Oh.
You would minus 1 hour and 10 minutes. So it would really only be like 3 hours and 50 minutes.
That's just crazy because she was on the stand for 2 full days, essentially. Half a day, full day, half a day. Timeline in Gen 2024.
And then Proctor's.
Did Bev call Jen Karen?
I don't think so. Proctor's cross is 3.5 hours.
Yeah, see, that doesn't surprise me. That's a big one. I think we'll save Proctor. Right now, it's kind of between timeline and Jen, so maybe we'll just do a little bit of. Let's do a little bit of that. We'll go between those.
Okay.
But you're right about like mixing up. Did she say this time or did she say this last time? There was a question that you had though about like why she's stopping him from asking all the questions that he was able to ask last time, and the only thing I could think of was because Lolly wasn't objecting to him and Brennan is.
Yeah, I guess.
But I mean, it's weird because like the whole thing about her not being able to talk about Matt or what she talked about with Matt, like since when is that an issue?
Well, it was weird because like the first time I understood it because she was trying to testify that when she called the FBI back, she told them that her husband said that she lied and needs to clear it up. So that was hearsay. But then there was like another one, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense because she's allowed to say what he said to her. Or
the other one was
not allowed
about
to say what he said to her.
whether she talked to her husband or not about the Jeep being out front. That was objected and sustained. But I'm like, he didn't ask if Matt said something to her about that. It's like, did you talk to your husband about the Jeep being parked out front?
Like when she said, whose Jeep is that? Did she say that to her husband?
Yeah, it's what she said.
I don't know.
That's weird. So Kat says she did call Jen Karen, which is weird because she also called Carrie Jen.
Yeah.
This is all over the place. All right. So you guys wanna Delphi live in a little bit?
Ooh.
Should we Delphi for a little while? Yay, nay? What do you guys think? What do you think, Sleuth? OMG. Luke, you want a Delphi live? You want me to send you a link? I know you got some stuff you want to say. Let me see. You said you sent me something?
I didn't.
Oh, I thought you said you sent me something. Sorry. Yes, please. Oh, yeah, baby. If you want to have me, I'm there. Luke, you are always welcome. What you talking about?
What is that? Is that my kid?
I don't know. It could be. All right, give me about an hour or so. Let me do family check-ins and figure out dinner and all that stuff, and then I'll schedule it. Luke, I'll send you a link if you want to come up. Sleuthie, you come up all the time.
Okay.
If Luke comes up, I'm going to end up talking like I'm from...
No, don't do it.
I'm going to do it. All right, I'll talk to you guys in a little bit, and we'll talk Delphi.
Hi.
I haven't been timed out since last night, so sure. That's hilarious. Yeah, giving the people what they want, Streets. Giving the people what they want. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Go enjoy your next hour or so, and then I'll see you back here. Love you, bye.
Love you, bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown.